This is the Bat Flip Podcast. Now here's your host, Damien, David, and Matt.
You're quiet. You're muted. Fire it up again. Welcome in, everybody, to the Bat Flip Podcast. We're doing a trade deadline live today. Damien forgot to turn on his microphone.
No, it when I hit live, it switched to my headphone microphone for some reason. Anyways, welcome in, everyone, to the trade deadline live stream. This is true and authentic. Here we are. We are just under 4 hours away from the MLB trade deadline. And boy, oh boy, has it been past few days. Usually, we heard Thursday was going to be the wild day. It kicked off on Wednesday, really. We have, I think, 15 deals or so to talk about right now. Yeah. And then things are going to be coming in as we go through the next 4 plus hours, because we'll go, a half hour to 45 minutes after the deadline, of course. But David, what so far of the trade deadline? I know your team made a little small move. We'll get to talking about that at some point. But just in general, the deadline, has it lived up to it?
Oh, yeah. This is more than I thought was going to happen for sure. I do want to note, I did call that the Athletics closer Mason Miller would get traded to an NL West team from California. I just missed the team. Oh, I'm so mad about it. That was my number one pick, and I was like, I don't know if I should have made that my number one pick. Nailed it, dude. I freaking nailed it. I just missed the team, missed the target. But that was a fun episode. I think that I also had Mike Soroka as one of my guys to be moved. So feel pretty good about the deadline overall. The closers went so quickly. Everything came together there. There aren't a whole lot of relievers left. Honestly, I feel like the teams are going to be scrambling a little bit. I mean, David Bednar is basically the only one left on the board. That's surprising. And you've got no starting pitchers moved, I think, kind of like. Yeah,
basically. There's guys on the board. Like there's Pete Fairbanks could be on the move. You still have Griffin Jacks if they're going to move him or not. You still have, maybe Cade Smith. We'll see. I doubt it especially after the Class A thing, but kind of makes sense. And then a couple other guys, like Louis Varland or some other stuff that has apparently been out there as well. So a lot still to go. That's right. For sure. And like I said, we have just about 4 hours till the deadline. So plenty of time for that to happen. But let's start with just getting through some of these moves right now, because we know we're going to have a flurry coming at us. So we're going to want to hit in real time. Let's start with July 29th real quick. If you've missed anything before that day, we covered it on either a Quick Flips episode on our YouTube feed, or we talked about it in the podcast on Monday, which is also on YouTube feed and podcast platforms. So go tune into those if you want to see our reactions to that. The first deal we have to talk about is the Toronto Blue Jays acquiring Seranthony Dominguez from the Baltimore Orioles for right-handed pitcher Jaron Watts-Brown. This happened in the middle of a doubleheader between the two teams, which was hilarious. And then Toronto was scrambling so fast to get Seranthony to pitch in the second game, they put one of the numbers on his uniform upside down. I don't know if you saw that.
Yeah.
It's hilarious. But this, the Blue Jays were going to be one of the aggressive teams. We knew that, getting some bullpen help, getting some pitching help in general. We'll talk more about them later. But what's your thoughts about Dominguez and then the return?
Yeah, this is one that I've been expecting the relievers to go for a little bit cheaper, especially the relievers that aren't like the closer names, right? We saw some of those big name guys, but Seranthony Dominguez was a guy that he's pitched well in the playoffs before, but he's not one of the guys you're expecting to get a big return. And so, it made a lot of sense that this is one of those first moves that kicks things off early. It makes sense that it's not one of those top 100 prospect types, right? So I feel pretty good about, Dominguez. Blue Jays obviously jumping the market a little bit to try and get a reliever. I think they're not done yet in the reliever market, and I think we're going to still talk about. I think they even made a second trade in the reliever market over the last couple of days. They're going to be very aggressive. They are the best team in baseball right now still, I think, or they might even be tied for the best record, but the Blue Jays have been so good. It's time to cash some chips in and go. And, the bullpen is definitely an area of weakness for the Blue Jays, right? Jeff Hoffman is their big signing. I think this past offseason, he hasn't been great, but he hasn't been bad. So it's one of those things where they need to definitely shore that up. Sir Anthony Dominguez is a playoff performer in the past for the Phillies. Feel pretty strongly that he'll perform again. It's interdivision trade, a little bit weird, but again, with those lower end relievers, I don't think that's not something that teams care about really, is giving up those lower end prospects for middle relief help, right?
Yeah, I don't think they care. And Baltimore acquired Dominguez last year at the trade deadline too. So, like you mentioned, they're a team that's trying to be aggressive. At the time that they did this, they were the best team in baseball. They might still be. I haven't looked. I know they lost. I think they lost yesterday.
Right.
But you needed to be. They're tied. Okay, yeah. They needed to be aggressive. They made another aggressive pitching move, which, like I mentioned, we'll talk about here in a little bit. Trying to go in order at least of how they happened. I might have missed a couple, so if I did, very sorry. Was trying to put this together all morning. It was a whirlwind, I'll tell you, because I had a couple bombs dropped on me this morning trying to put all this stuff together. But let's go over to the next one, right? Because we'll get through some of these smaller ones so we can spend a little bit more time on the big blockbusters. Yankees acquiring Austin Slater for right-handed pitcher Gage Zeal. I know you were really impressed with this return for the White Sox here. So go a little bit more in depth on this one.
Yeah, Chris Getz killed this one. Gage Zeal was one of those interesting guys where I liked him in the draft process a couple of years ago. Like he's one of those bad command. He's never going to have the command. So he's an interesting reliever prospect. And I don't think at its core, a reliever prospect for Austin Slater is a bad deal, right? But there's that off chance that Zeal figures out the command long enough to start, but I don't think he will. But in any case, you're taking a guy with really nasty stuff that very easily could pop and become a major leaguer and a major league regular at that for half a season of Austin Slater, a platoon outfielder, fourth outfielder type guy. This is a good get for the White Sox, right? They need to churn out good pitching, and basically they're going to have to kind of keep flipping these types of players, right? The Austin Slaters, and they'll need to make Gage Zeal into a major league reliever, and then they can flip him for, further prospects. That's how you cement this rebuild. I like Gage Zeal. I think he would have been good. He's slotting in, looks like, as the White Sox number 14 prospect, and that's a good system. Yeah. So I just think it's overall a really strong pick up and identification of a guy that maybe the White Sox, with their good pitching development, which it is very good now, could maybe turn around. Maybe you can get a starter out of him. And if that's the case, this is a heist for the White Sox, but I kind of feel like he's more of a reliever. And if that's the case, I kind of feel like this is a fair deal, but that's why self-scouting, very important. But yeah, I like Gage Zeal. I think the White Sox made out like bandits in this trade.
Yes, and Adam, they did have someone to trade, and they do have more to trade.
We got more, yeah.
It sounds like Luis Robert Jr. probably won't happen today, which I don't know why, but hey, then they have that. It's been more unlikely. I know Feinsand was saying a little bit ago. Let me see if I can find it. Although they have spoken with a number of teams about Luis Robert, sources say it's likely he stays in Chicago, and they will likely pick up his $20 million option for 2026.
There you go.
So We'll see. I mean, like I said, there's still a lot of time to things can happen very fast, but they do have guys like Aaron Savali, Adrian Hauser. You maybe don't know about some of the bullpen arms they could look to flip to. So wouldn't be surprised if they make another move or two. Now let's go to man, I don't know why the Angels do this to themselves, but Artie Moreno, they beat the Texas Rangers one night, and then they went from selling off their rental pieces to saying we're going to do a soft buy, acquiring a relief pitcher, Luis Garcia, and relief pitcher Andrew Chafin from the Washington Nationals for left-handed pitcher Jake Eder and infielder Sam Brown. Why did the Angels do this?
I don't know. I think that one of the thoughts I saw was the Angels might try to sell Kenley Jansen, so they're trying to backfill, utilizing guys they're not planning on continuing to put on the 40-man roster next year. I think Eder's on the 40-man roster, and I guess that's fine. Garcia and Chafin aren't really any special relievers. I don't think that changes the outcome of the Angels season. No. Right. And to our Angels fans, I mean, I saw Angels, and we've got some Angels fans that have definitely, supported the podcast and the group, and they were kind of saying, hey, we don't really want to buy here. We're at kind of below 500. We're in a spot where selling makes a little more sense. We're set up pretty good for the future. Let's go ahead and start trying to plan for the future here at this deadline. And that didn't happen. I mean, I love Andrew Chafin. He was a former Cub. I love the guy. I love the pitcher. He's older now. He's not been as effective. He's one of those like fifth inning lefty only relievers. The value isn't particularly high. Garcia's interesting, but he's not going to change the course of the season for the Angels. And they haven't made any more moves. I don't know what they're going to do here. I think they probably still should trade like Kenley and just use Garcia in the closer's role and see if you can recruit some value there. Like, that's probably the best case scenario for the Angels at this point, right? Is to get Garcia some saves and see if he doesn't become a closer that's sought after, like these closers are at the deadline that we're about to talk about.
Garcia's only on a 1-year deal. He was with the Dodgers
at the end of the year, right?
He was with the Dodgers to start the year on a minor league deal, and they DFA'd him. He got picked up by the Nationals. Like, if anything, you need to make Detmers your closer if you're going to do something like that. But also, we haven't seen the Angels do anything yet today. If they were looking to sell off their rental pieces, like, we haven't heard anything about that even being a possibility today.
Right.
Which is just, it's kind of head scratching. So who knows, man? I don't know how they go from 2 days before saying, hey, we're gonna sell off our rentals to like, oh, well, we beat the Texas Rangers, so like we need to go ahead and buy. It's like, you're not. They have to jump like 6 teams in the wild card to make the last wild card spot. You have to jump 3 teams in your own division, or 4 teams in your own division, because I think they were behind the Rangers technically.
They are
to get in the division. Like, it makes no sense. But a lot of what Artie Moreno doesn't make sense, and I feel sorry for Angel fans because
for sure
it really sucks. So kind of the first real big shocker we had here was we figured the Pittsburgh Pirates were entertaining trading Brian Hayes, right? We heard a couple different areas where he was going to go. We heard the Cubs mention at some point. We heard the Yankees. We've heard the Mariners. We heard all around. Ends up being an interdivision trade, but not to the Chicago Cubs. He got traded to the Cincinnati Reds for left-handed relief pitcher Taylor Rogers and infield prospect Sammy Staffura. Staffura, there you go. At the time, he was Cincinnati's 9th-ranked prospect per MLB pipeline. At the time, Hayes has, I believe, 5 more years of control after this at a relatively decent amount. I think it's like $8 million per year or something like that. We have a little bit differing opinions on this trade. Like, to me, like, Rogers also is a name that was expected to be flipped somewhere else. We haven't seen that yet, so we'll see. An infield prospect for the Reds who's already blocked by a ton of other people, and if you're trading for an infielder, doesn't really make sense for you anyways. Sure, right? Hayes has an elite defensive glove, probably one of the best defensive gloves in baseball. Has always been his offense, right? I think his OPS is like in the 600s right now. It's been that way for a long time. The change for him has always been clear. It's, hey, you hit the ball hard, but you hit the ball on the ground. You need to pull your fly balls, and you will start probably being a more successful hitter, right? We haven't seen that happen in Pittsburgh yet. Pittsburgh's also a very hard place to make that change for a right-handed hitter because you have the big alley in left field. Left center field, it's kind of really hard to make that change and be effective in Pittsburgh, right? You get really enticed by that right field wall being 20 feet tall or whatever it is. Going to a park like Great American Small Park, or as we all call it, Great American Ballpark. I just watched my team play there the last 3 days. That ballpark plays very, very small. All right.
Yep.
Getting a player there and saying, hey, look at this very small ballpark. Pull your fly ball now, where odds are if you're hitting that ball in Pittsburgh, it's an out 80% of the time. And Cincinnati has more of a chance of going out or off the wall. I love this deal because it's a cost-effective move. At the very least, he's one of the best defensive third basemen in baseball. And if you get slightly more offense, if you get him to up his OPS to 720, right, which is 100 points or so higher than it is, you're looking at a cost-controlled third baseman for 5 years that plays elite defensive third base, and he's a maybe league average hitter, maybe slightly below average, but you're getting the defensive upside there. That's why I don't hate this deal.
Yeah. I'll tell. Okay. Well, let me shift slightly. I don't know that I hate the deal because I'm all for the Reds getting worse, and I know the Pirates can't develop hitting. So, but from that objective perspective, the Sammy Stafura looks like a real prospect, right? Like he's number 7 in the Pirates organization now. He was number 9 in the Reds organization before the trade. 393 on base percentage at high A this year. Like I can't tell if it's high or low A. It might
Is
be
A
low A.
plus?
It's just as A. So I think it's
So
just
low
low A.
A.
393 OBP at low A is still really good. That's extremely good stuff for a 20-year-old. And I think he'll be ready for high A by the end of this season in Pittsburgh. Obviously, Pittsburgh's pitching development has not been there, so he's got a long way to go. But that's a legitimate prospect. That's a guy that's at least interesting. Ke'Bryan Hayes, part of that problem, the problem with the player is that you can't trade for the potential of him making the change necessarily, right? Like
I disagree.
this is going to be my thing that I think I'm feeling very strongly at this deadline is there's a lot of trading going on for some hope. A lot of people trading for hope. I hope Ke'Bryan Hayes is going to hit the ball in the air to the pole side, even though he's been trying to do that for 4 years, hasn't been able to do it at all. You're right. The change is obvious. It's been the change the whole way along. Lance Brozdowski was talking about it yesterday. He said it was kind of obvious. Like we know that's been his problem. He's not hitting the ball in the air. He's not pulling the ball. That's something he would have done if it was something. If it was a change that could have happened, I feel like it would have been done already. And on top of that, he's been making real money. He's making $10 million a year. That's not nothing to the Reds. They also trade away a major league reliever in this deal to get Ke'Bryan Hayes. You could pull up Adam's comment because Adam likes it for the for Ellie and Hayes together. I think that's very very fair, very legitimate. But in terms of making this a trade value discussion, I feel like the Pirates made out like bandits in this trade because Ke'Bryan Hayes has been a terrible hitter, a brutally terrible hitter for 4 years. And we know he can be better. Obviously, the changes are obvious. They're there. Adjustments can be made, but you're trading for a terrible hitter. I was, with the Cubs being mentioned in this, I've been thinking about the potential of moving for a Ke'Bryan Hayes. And I was like, there's no chance I would give up an organizational top 20 prospect, much less a top 10 prospect, which the Reds did. So, it's difficult. I understand, right? The upside is definitely there, right? The adjustments can be made, but I do not believe that this was worth a top 10 organizational prospect with a 393 OBP and A ball. Like, I think the Pirates have done very well here.
I think you got to also think like a top 20 prospect in the Cub system is probably a top 10 prospect in the Cincinnati Reds system.
Staffer is pretty good. He'd probably be up around 11, 12, I think, in the Cubs system.
And again, but I also don't think there's a better fit ballpark wise for Ke'Bryan Hayes. Yeah. That's also a factor we have to play into it. He's been playing in Pittsburgh I know he plays in division, but like 80% of your, 80 games you're playing in Pittsburgh. That's a big deal.
Here's the thing. You want to pull up, we have the ability to pull up StatCast. You want to pull up Ke'Bryan Hayes' StatCast? Actually, there's something I want to check, and you're gonna let. I haven't looked at it, so we're gonna react to it live here. But so there's a feature on StatCast, and I'm sure you know about it. But yeah, I mean, just terrible numbers, obviously. But let's scroll down to where the home runs per ballpark are. I'm curious to see what that looks like for Ke'Bryan Hayes. There it is, right there in Cincinnati. He would have less home runs than Cincinnati than he does this year. Oh wait, no, he only has 2. He only has 2 this year.
So he'd have a third.
Yeah.
Every year would be more than his career. That's the way to look at it. Every year would be outside of his rookie year in 2020, it would be even. Yeah. Outside of that, he'd have more in every single year. Yep. Right.
Look at that. There you go. I think it is. I think you're right. And looking at this, I think you're right. I think this is the best, objectively the best ballpark for him.
Yeah. And I'm trying to see where the pull fly ball rate is. I'm trying to see if I could find that.
It's in there.
All batted balls. Pull.
Yeah, there you go.
So pull fly ball rate. Right
pull
here.
air. It's the blue one. The blue column.
This one?
Yep. Pull air percent right there.
Sorry. Yeah. So that's at 9, right? Pull air.
And that's blue. That means it's way down in
way bad.
League. Yep.
If you get that, he's at 21% pull ground ball rate. Yeah. So if you take a little bit of that ground ball rate and put it right over here, and he gets to 15, right? Like you're looking at a decent, probably level there. So you can probably even go a little bit more. We're not asking for Isaac Paredes level of pull right here, but get a little bit more, right? So we'll see at the end of the day. Like this is a deal that we have plenty of years to see how it grades out, because obviously there's that cost controlled level there.
Trade. We got a trade. First one of the show.
Oh, the Texas Rangers.
It's low. It's a cash
Yeah.
considerations trade. Is it the first time cash considerations has moved today?
No. Well, kind of, because there was the one later, the Seawald, which was a player to be named later or cash. So we're not sure there.
Second time he's been moved today.
Second time. We love cash considerations here, and so does my team. My team loves cash considerations.
They do.
So we had the trade where Taylor Rogers got traded, right? And then right after, his twin brother, who used to be teammates with, he then gets traded as well. And of course, we're talking about Tyler Rogers, the submariner from the San Francisco Giants, was traded to the New York Mets for pitcher Blake Tidwell, outfielder Drew Gilbert, and relief pitcher Jose Buto. I think we were both a little blown away at this deal, at the return for this at the meantime, because really we hadn't saw the starting pitching or the relief pitching market kind of be at that level yet. Like we just talked about, Sir Anthony Dominguez went for Jerron Watts-Brown, right? And both of these guys are rentals. Like I believe Rogers is a rental at the end of the year, or a free agent at the end of the year. He goes for a former top 100 prospect outfielder in Drew Gilbert. I think Blake Tidwell, I'm probably a little bit higher on Tidwell than some other people are. Jose Buto is a middle reliever, back end filler, whatever. I think it's really Tidwell and Gilbert that do a really solid job here for a rental relief pitcher arm.
Yeah, Tidwell has struggled a little bit this year. You know, at 4.10 ERA at AAA. Yeah, go ahead and pull him up. I'm looking on Pipeline too. So Tidwell and Gilbert slot in at 12 and 13 in the Giants system.
He struggled this year.
Yeah,
well, that's MLB.
That was his brief stint in MLB. He's got a 4.10 ERA in AAA.
396 FIP, so
I feel
back end starter.
Yeah, I was gonna say I feel like Tidwell is kind of that back end starter mold. Gilbert's got an 777 OPS in AAA at 305 plate appearances. I think he's gonna be a solid regular, Mike Tauchman-ish at the major league level. But the thing I saw, I can't remember if it was, I want to say it was Aaron Layton, might have been somebody else who said that the whole team, like the goal of this trade was that the Mets recognize that none of these guys are like star level players.
Yeah.
They're role players. I feel like the role players at the major league level, there's value in that. There's a lot of value in role playing at the major league level. But if you are going to trade for a guy with a 180 ERA, I mean, to be able to give up prospects with lower ceilings, it's probably a good way to go about it. I think, I've come around on this deal a little bit because I think Tidwell and Gilbert are the guys I think in this deal. Yeah. And like we just mentioned, right, I don't think either guy is like a superstar upside. I don't think either of these guys have potential to be more than we talk about like future value. I think they're like 40, 45 future value guys, not particularly, they'll be back into the rotational outfield. Tyler Rogers as a submariner is so deceptive and so good as a late inning reliever for a team making a big time playoff push in the Mets to go out and try to win a World Series behind Juan Soto. Like that's I'm coming around on this deal. Even as I'm talking about it, I'm kind of thinking this is a good deal. Like initially I was like, that's way too much, but that's when we thought Drew Gilbert's like a top 100 prospect with some star upside. He kind of looks more like a Mike Tauchman at this point. If that's the case, right? I think this is a really good deal.
It'll be interesting. It is for rental. Like I said, I believe Tidwell is a little bit better than maybe his numbers look at this point. I think he's probably a 4 in the major leagues in the time. But I mean, if you're getting 5-6 years of a serviceable 4 ERA guy, I mean, that's still very valuable at one point. But like this guy, the baseball purist says, Tyler Rogers is no stranger to the Padres and Dodgers. Good guy to get out in the playoff.
Exactly.
He is, and we will talk more about this Mets bullpen with another move they made here a little later on. We'll talk in whole about what this bullpen is going to look like, but that is a very good assumption too. Like, he has played against them a lot. He struggled at times against both, but at times you're going to get that with some Submariners as well. And Ty, if you're still listening, I see your comment, but I want to highlight it when we get to that point. I don't want to highlight it now because we have a lot of thoughts on that deal. But yesterday we did see one of the big relief pitchers go, right? There was been a bunch of rumors about Yohan Duran. Was he going to go? Was he not going to go? Who knew? Then it was like, hey, the Mariners are very aggressive. Like, they're pushing to complete a deal with Yohan Duran. And we're like, that's kind of really interesting. Like, pairing Duran with Munoz would be very, very interesting, right? Well, then we get all of a sudden that the Mariners have traded for Caleb Ferguson, not Yohan Duran. They acquired Caleb Ferguson for pitcher Jeter Martinez going to the Pirates. So, well, just a little bit on Ferguson. Like, obviously, left-handed reliever, going to go into that bullpen, right? He's not going to be a superstar, but solid relief pitcher that if you're trying to depthen out your bullpen for a run or for the playoffs, he's a fine get. Martinez is a low-level ranked prospect, whatever, in return. What this really set up, though, was now we were like, well, are the Mariners out on Yohan Duran? Well, yeah, they were, because he was subsequently traded to the Philadelphia Phillies for catcher Edward Tait and right-handed pitcher Mick Abel. I think me and you both, when this trade originally dropped, we were thinking, well, it's got to be like Aiden Miller, right? Because the initial ask earlier in the day was Andrew Painter. So we're thinking it's got to be like Aiden Miller or Justin Crawford. It's got to be something around there, right? Tait and Abel was a little light for me at the end of the time, because Tait doesn't look that great in the minor leagues at this moment. He only has like a 107 WRC plus. I know he looks like a decent defender, but again, like, there's also been questions about that. He's going to hit for some power. And then Abel, at that point, he's a top 100 prospect, but he's not the prospect pedigree he used to have. He struggled at times this year. So were you a little let down with this return like I was?
I was. I thought for sure the Phillies were going to have to give one of their top two guys,
or at least top three.
At least, and looking at what Mason Miller went for, I feel like I'd rather, just in a vacuum for this current season, I'd rather have Joan Duran than Mason Miller. I think Miller obviously has the more control, the potential to go to a starter. And I talked about the potential for this trade on Monday. I said I felt like I was more of a Griffin Jacks enjoyer in this trade, but Eduardo Tate and Mick Abel feels very light, I think, for Duran. And then we saw some of these other prices. It isn't quite matching up with what I think I was expecting for Duran specifically, right? I mean, that's a guy with 2 more years after this year. He's a top closer. He does 100 miles an hour. Obviously, of the injury risk, he missed time late last season, but it's a dominant arm that could lead you, really far in the playoffs. And the Phillies have been dying for a closer. I mean, they signed Jordan Romano. He hasn't worked out very much. Alvarado got suspended. They're dying for a closer, especially in the playoffs. Duran's going to fill that hole perfectly. This is a light price to give up, it feels like. I mean, Tate, I think the highest I saw him was like 55 overall.
56, I think, on
55, 56, which, to be fair, that's the first time a top 100 prospect has been traded at the deadline in 3 seasons. So,
and boy, oh boy, that was not the only.
Yeah, that's not the last one, but it's the first time. And Tate, I think Mick Abel at this point feels like very similar to Blake Tidwell a little bit, maybe a little bit more advanced. In that we kind of know he's a back end starter right now with some upside, but at the very least for the next couple of seasons, right, he's going to be getting his feet under him, learning how to be a starter in the major leagues. I think you got the floor of a major league starter. Like, that's a really good get. But that's not what you're trading Joan Duran for. You have Joan Duran for 2 more years. You don't even have to trade him at this deadline. I don't know, man. I don't know about this one.
Yeah, I was thinking it was going to be a little bit more for the Twins side, right? I thought I don't mind Tait and Abel as being 2 guys that you acquire for Yohan Duran. I was just thinking it should have been a little bit more. Maybe there should have been a third piece if you were getting 2 lower ones than that. I definitely thought for sure. I didn't think it was going to be Painter. I think Painter was completely unrealistic. I thought it was going to be someone like Miller, maybe even Justin Crawford. Like,
And if you paired one of those guys with Tate and Abel, I feel
yeah,
like I would still feel like I would feel like this deal is like pretty perfect, right? Two big prospects, even if there was an extra sweetener in there somewhere with some upside, just one of those,
I
recent
would
international signing guys
I
that would
would
help
feel
me.
I would feel better about this deal if it was Tate and Crawford.
Yeah,
Like, it doesn't even need to have Abel. Like, if you just went
sure.
Tate and Crawford, like, I'd feel better about it. Um, I just feel like it should have had a little bit more value. The way relief pitchers were getting valued or are getting valued in this market right now, especially considering what we saw the other ones go for, right? As far as Philly goes, I think this is a great fit. We've talked about their need for closer for a couple years on this podcast, on this show. Like, they very much need a big time closer. They got it in Yohan Duran. They signed David Robertson. We talked about that as well, to go to the playoffs with them. So I love this deal for Philadelphia side. I would do this 10 times out of 10 if I were them. So the Mets made a trade for a reliever. Phillies bounced back with like, hey, I'm going to get another reliever. Well, the Mets were like, all right, well, I'll just one up you and go get another reliever. And they trade for closer Ryan Helsley from the St. Louis Cardinals for shortstop prospect Jesus Baez, right-handed pitchers Nate Dome and Frank Elisalt. I think that's how you say it. I'm guessing the idea would be to throw Helsley in the 8th inning there. I don't think you're going to upset your franchise guy in Edwin Diaz and make him not the closer, and he's been dominant as of late anyways. But this Mets bullpen now, if you're talking about having Tyler Rogers, you're talking about having Ryan Stanek, you're talking about having Reed Garrett. Now you add Ryan Helsley with Edwin Diaz to that. Like, that is a dominant bullpen come playoff time. And obviously they have some struggles with starting pitcher. We'll see if they address that today at all. But man, that is a very, very good get. For that.
Yeah, that's a good pull, I think, for the Mets. Ryan Helsley is a guy that I was kind of lamenting was a Cardinal, right? Because there's no chance he'd ever get moved in division to the Cubs. That's a fireballing, relief pitcher that I think has kind of suffered, honestly, from being in St. Louis a little bit with regards to some of their pitching development. It isn't quite as up to par with some of these bigger organizations. The David Stearns led Mets, that's a pitching group that'll get the most out of anybody, right? I love them targeting a guy with that kind of upside for this playoff run.
Yeah.
This return feels lighter than Taylor Rogers' return.
Yeah.
Pelsley's got a little more pedigree. I think Rogers is having a better season. But the Mets are cleaning out their like 8 to 15 cupboard in the prospect system. Like, I think Baez was like number 9 for them. He slots in at number 6 now for the Cardinals. It's just not, this return is just not as impactful as Duran's. And we just talked about Duran's maybe being underwhelming. Like, I think the Cardinals undersold Helsley here a little bit, given the price of relievers that we're going to continue to talk about here. Relievers should always be a little bit light, is the issue. But, this is a spot where I feel pretty strongly that if I'm its contending team and I'm giving up 3 prospects in my 15 to 20, 10 to 20, 8 to 20 range for an elite reliever like Ryan Helsley, I'm going to do it every single time.
Yeah, I don't mind the return. I thought it was a very solid return. To see how other sorry, I just lost my train of thought.
It's gonna be a long show. It's all right.
I know. I would have liked to see what other packages were maybe out there for Helsley a little bit, just because I know there are other contending teams that could have used something. But I think it's a very solid return for the Cardinals here. I don't think you were expecting too much, especially given that he's a rental and the team acquiring him wasn't going to use him as a for sure lockdown closer. They're going to use him in the setup role more likely. So it was interesting.
Mm-hmm.
So let's go to the Chicago Cubs making their first trade of the deadline so far, which we've heard that Jed Hoyer was going to be super aggressive, and he was super aggressive in getting Michael Soroka from the Washington Nationals for Ronnie Cruz and Christian Franklin. You know, for me, I don't mind the return. Franklin, I don't think was a guy who's ever going to really play for you. At the end of the thing, they're so stacked in the outfield with outfield prospects and that. At the end, I know a lot of people are really mad at Ronnie Cruz, who's an 18-year-old shortstop, but there's been there's a very wide margin in what he can become, and he's 18 at the end of the day. There's a very real chance he never even makes it to the major leagues. So I get people don't like Soroka because he has a 5 ERA, but I also think that he can easily become a very, very, very good bullpen arm at the end of the day if you really need him to. He was very good in that role last year. He can fill maybe that Chris Flexen role. Like, you can be a starter or you can go into the bullpen and give us a couple innings, 2 or 3 good innings out of there. I don't hate it, but I need to see what else they do, obviously, right? Like, they can't make Michael Soroka be the only starting pitcher you get at this deadline and be happy about that. If they get another starter, I feel a lot better about this deal. If this is their only starting pitcher, because we see they made a different bullpen arm, then I'm not going to say I absolutely hate it, but you feel a little underwhelmed with it because it's a lottery ticket and a guy who's never going to play for you. That's my way of looking at it. But I know you're a Cubs fan, so
yeah. Let me preface by saying I was on board with trading for Mike Soroka. In fact, I said so in our trade preview, where I picked Mike Soroka to get traded. I mentioned the Cubs as a potential fit, and I said, well, I already picked someone for the Cubs, so I went with the Houston Astros to trade for Soroka. If hold on,
real quick, I want to.
What do we got?
Sorry. No. Because I don't want to move off of this real quick because I just saw the comment come through. Helsley, he's not insurance for Edwin Diaz because he's also a rental who could be a free agent at the end of the year. Helsley is not controlled past this year. So it's not really insurance. It's more insurance just in case Edwin gets hurt. You have a dominant bullpen arm. But moving forward, long-term, this is not insurance unless they were to re-sign him. And I highly doubt they're re-signing both of them.
Right.
And I would assume they're probably going to re-sign the guy who's been better long-term and who's been their guy long-term. But we'll move forward. Sorry, not to cut you off. I just wanted to get to that.
No, you're good.
Too far off base.
No, that feels right. And then looking at, this Soroka deal, I think Christian Franklin is a perfect target for the Nationals. First of all, I think that was a great identification. He's a very solid, fourth outfielder type. I think really in the mold of Drew Gilbert, but as a righty instead of a lefty. Gilbert's a lefty. Christian Franklin's a righty, but he can play every single outfield spot. Got a great eye at the plate, makes really good swing decisions. Doesn't always get to the power, but that swing decision stuff has been something that he's developed as a pro. When he was drafted out of Arkansas, he had a lot of swing and miss issues. The Cubs have really worked with him on that. It's improved significantly, but he was left unprotected at the Rule 5 draft this past offseason and did not get selected, even though I felt like he probably could have and should have. He's going to be a really solid fourth outfielder for anybody, is Christian Franklin. And I felt like a Christian Franklin for Mike Soroka deal, that's pretty good. That's pretty straightforward, good deal. It's the inclusion of a guy with Ronnie Cruz that I don't like. And here's my reasoning for that. Ronnie Cruz he's a 3rd round pick from last year, guy that the Cubs identified and overslot signed because they liked the biomechanics. They liked the ability of that guy to grow. And he has gone and performed very well in his DSL and Arizona Complex League ACL games since arriving. His value is only going to go up as he matures as a prospect. That's where I'm struggling with this, because the Cubs have kind of been famous for this, is that they've traded guys a little bit early. They traded Alfonso Rosario for Eli Morgan in the offseason, a deal that we both praised for the Cubs. Eli Morgan's been utterly atrocious, and Alfonso Rosario has like a 130 WRC plus for the Cleveland minor league team. And it's one of those where, well, if you hold on to Rosario for another half season, right, and maybe that swing and miss comes down a little bit, maybe you can deal him at this deadline for a big time starter. And he's made some strides and gotten really interesting. And instead you dealt him for a reliever and he wasn't worth anything. And this feels like a classic case of trying to jump the gun a little bit, right? And the Nationals have obviously identified guys down in the Cubs minor league system that they liked. And you're going to hear about Mike Soroka's xERA. You're going to hear about Mike's, the potential that he brings. At the end of the day, man, he's got a 5 ERA. Like, he hasn't performed particularly well, and you're trading for hope. I don't love that process, but again, I felt like Soroka was a decent target. He's a guy that you can trust. He's had some good results before. Former Brave, so we know Matt, our other co-host, is a guy that loves, Mike Soroka. He's always been a fan.
Yeah.
The thing I don't like is that I felt like Ronnie Cruz could have been traded at this deadline too. Like it was never I don't trade Ronnie Cruz. It was that's a perfect like fourth piece in a big time deal for a controlled starting pitcher. And you've burnt it on half a year of a guy you're not even 100% certain is going to go in your starting rotation and probably goes in your bullpen in the playoffs. I don't love that. So that's where I'm frustrated. And then topping that all off with all we heard was how aggressive the Cubs were going to be. You mentioned it right at the beginning, right? Oh, the Cubs are one of the most aggressive teams, and I was sitting here looking at Joan Duran, Ryan Helsley, Tyler Rogers, all go. We've only seen one other starter get traded, and that's a starter that has pitched 0 innings in Major League Baseball this season.
Well, we saw another one. The next one we're going to talk about, or two
times. You know what? Zach Littell happened in the middle of. I was racing in the middle of the Zach Littell trade last night, so missed that one completely. They're pretty much going to get my live reaction on that one
and
while we go, because I didn't even remember that one.
Yeah.
But
here's my thought. Maybe the Cubs were like, "Hey, Nationals, we'll give you Ronnie Cruz in this deal so we can finalize it as long as you give us a little IOU on the Mackenzie Gore trade that we're going to try and complete tomorrow."
See, and if you had combined that, right, and it was kind of in conjunction, I would feel better, right?
Maybe they were just like, "Hey, we want to just get this one deal. We know the Gore deal is going to be a little bit more. Mm-hmm. Let's get something done here."
That's not how it works at all. But I wish it was, because that would make me feel better.
You never know. But let's go ahead and move over to the next one, which is another smaller move. We got word that the Houston Astros, Isaac Paredes, got hurt. We knew it was going to be a little bit of a long-term deal. We didn't know how long it was going to be. Turns out he has a torn hamstring, and he's going to be out maybe into next season even. They're looking at a 6th, 7th month recovery for him at this moment. Depending on when the surgery is, they hope he's ready by opening day next year. That was what was reported there. So we'll see. We'll see there. But they needed to get another infielder. We saw some Carlos Correa rumors maybe getting floated around. They were going to try and reacquire him to play third base. They ended up getting Ramon Urias from the Baltimore Orioles, who's a really solid depth piece. He can handle third base for a while. Don't feel confident that he's your third baseman on a World Series winning team, but he's a very solid piece. And you didn't trade much. You traded a right-handed pitcher, Twine Palmer, for him as all. The Baltimore Orioles were going to be a seller at this deadline. We hadn't heard much from them. This is kind of the beginning of it all. So you figured one infielder at least was going to get traded. Makes sense now when you have Mayo, you have Westberg, you have Holiday, you have Henderson. You have all those guys that are cornered, your entire infield depth already.
Yeah.
Urias was kind of expendable at that point.
Yeah, no, this is I was kind of expecting Urias to get dealt. The cost is kind of negligible, honestly. Like the Orioles sell here is they just don't have a whole lot of intriguing pieces that are going to generate big time interest unless they start getting wild, which we haven't seen reports on, so I don't think we can necessarily judge on that. But yeah, I mean, rental-ish bats, bench style bats are just not going to go for very much here at this deadline. We're going to get to the biggest rental bat to get traded, and it wasn't very much. So like as far Urias is fine. Again, the Astros obviously weren't going to meet the price request from the Mariner or from the Diamondbacks, it looks like. So
we got one coming down.
We got one coming down the pipipeline here. It should pop up pretty shortly on our.
Yeah, it's not official yet, but there's the Jeff Passan thing.
It's Jet Passan official.
The New York Yankees are finalizing a deal to trade for David Bednar from the Pittsburgh Pirates.
Is it going to pop on our
it will.
Thing? How long?
Yeah,
there it goes.
It takes a little bit of a minute.
All right.
I would say watch for maybe a guy named Rafael Flores potentially in this deal. But it looks per Heyman, Yankees and Rangers were appearing to be the finalists. In that,
Heyman's kind of reporting it as if it's not done yet.
I trust if Jeff Passan's tweeting it.
Yeah,
I hope it's done.
Rafael Flores would be a good get.
We'll see. We'll see what the thing is. In the meantime, while we get that official confirmation on the package, could take a couple hours because Dodgers made a trade. We still don't know the return package on that one. But let's talk about the 3-team deal that happened a little bit. And that was, we got the breaking news. Hey, the Reds are acquiring Zach Littell from the Rays. All right, perfectly fine. And we heard that it was going to be a guy on their major league roster and someone else. Well, it ended up being just someone who's on the 40-man roster by the name of Brian Van Bell. And then the other one was supposed to be Adam Serwinowski. Serwinowski. There we go.
There it is.
Well, then it was like, well, Bob Nightingale like quote tweeted it and was like, no, it's a 3-team deal. And everyone was like, no, they acquired this. Well, then it ended up being a 3-team deal where the Rays then flipped Serwinowski to the Los Angeles Dodgers along with right-handed pitcher Paul Gervais and catcher Ben Rortvedt. There he goes.
Yep.
This is the all names trade that's very hard to announce. They traded him for catcher Hunter Fiducia. That was basically, so it's Hunter Fiducia going from the Dodgers to the Rays for those three guys. Fiducia was the third backup catcher or the third catcher in the Dodgers organization behind Will Smith and Dalton Rushing. He's 28. He wasn't really going to get run. He deserves a run in the major leagues. I feel like the Dodgers, both of those pitchers are prior lab demons. Like Gervais is 6'10". He could go into the bullpen right now. He has very nasty stuff. Serwinowski feels a lot like Jackson Ferris. He's a left-hander with good stuff, kind of struggles with command at times, really funky, weird delivery. I love that for the Dodgers side. I think that is very, very good. For trading your third-string catcher that wasn't ever going to play for you, that's a great get. Fiducia for the Rays, we've talked about them trading Danny Jansen. They got Nick Fortes. So Fortes, Fiducia, catcher duo there. Also really, really good, I think. This really comes down to Zach Littell for the Reds. Don't know if I love this get for them. He has the low, like one of the lowest ground ball rates as a starting pitcher in Major League Baseball, and he's going to the ballpark where we've talked about plays very, very small. So I don't love the deal, but again, it's the Reds acquiring more pitchers here to try and patch along their rotation and bullpen a little bit. It allows you to move Nick Martinez to the bullpen. I should say that.
Right. Nick Martinez. But yeah, the Littell was an intriguing option once he got kind of released as being available. That always felt like, whoever picks him up is going to have a very intriguing arm. But then he goes to the Reds, and like you said, right, that's not an ideal situation for him. I don't know that he'll necessarily be able to change the ground ball rate. Feels to me like the higher FIP, higher XFIP are going to kind of come back, in his ERA, which is 3.6 right now. It's very solid. May end up dropping up to that kind of 4.5 range the remainder of the season. Overall, I mean, it's fine, right? If for a buy deal, it's fine. For a starter in this market, it's fine, but they just haven't done a whole otherwise, right? Have the Reds, so that'll make things interesting. What do we get?
No, I'm looking at another thing, and it was saying that the deal we'll talk about later has not been finalized yet because they're going over medicals. So maybe that's why we don't have a return.
No,
what we're talking about.
I see.
Yes,
I see it on the sheet.
Yes.
But yeah, so Littell, as a fly ball pitcher in Great American Ballpark, it's going to struggle. We talked about how Key Brian Hayes may, succeed in Great American Ballpark from that, right? So, for the prospects from the Dodgers side, like you said, like I'll defer to you on that. I think Rortvedt is a fine backup catcher. He'll be kind of a third stringish catcher for the Dodgers effectively. Fiducia slots into that same, slot Rortvedt vacated over on the Rays side.
And Rortvedt's not even.
This is a deal you're going to look.
Yeah,
go ahead.
I was going to say Rortvedt's not even on the 40-man. So
okay, well there you go.
It doesn't even affect that. By it. So Gervais takes that right away. I think Gervais screams. He's an LSU guy, so I watched him at LSU a lot too. He screams one of these under the radar, like Ryan Brazier goes to the Dodgers and he figures it out. Like Gervais has insane stuff. There's a good account, Prospect Savant. So we have Baseball Savant. There's another one called Prospect Savant, and he literally was like just raving like a week or two ago about Paul Gervais and the Rays, and then he gets traded to the Dodgers, and he just put like he replied to it, and he was just like, "Fuck." Like, because like all the metrics and everything just look great, and you're putting him with one of the most analytical teams, anyways. And Shermanowski is someone who I just feel can, like I said, he's a lot like Ferris. And if you clean up the stuff, it's big stuff. It's figuring out the motion and getting the command. And so
this is the kind of deal where one of the guys pops. It might be Gervais. It might be Fiducia. One of the guys pops, and then you go, "What deal was that again? Yeah. Who was the major leaguer that got traded? Oh, it's Zach Littell. That's right. Like that, like 3 years down the line, the guy that we think of from this deal is not going to be Zach Littell, and that's how I feel about this deal. I don't know which one it is though. It could be like 3 or 4 of the guys in this deal.
Well, I think Fiducia can easily become the starting catcher for the Rays for a long term. So I think that's probably the one, because odds are you're not going to look at a relief pitcher unless Gervais becomes a lockdown closer and say like, oh, he got traded for what? So. So we are just coming up on 3 hours until the deadline. So we still have some big deals to talk about here. We're still waiting on the return for the David Bednar deal. As well. That's not the one I was hinting that is going over medicals. So Ty, very hyped for the news. We had our guy at catcher already. Good use of the stockpile. Absolutely. Like they were not gonna use Fiducia really unless someone got hurt and then he was just gonna be a backup.
You did call Rafael Flores.
There we go. Rafael Flores is among the players going to the Pirates, according to our friend Robert Murray.
Friend of the show, Robert Murray, by the way.
Shout out Robert Murray on that one.
Why don't you pull up Rafael Flores on either Pipeline or Fangraphs, because that's real interesting.
Let's go to 30-bit team.
Go to the Yankees. I feel like this is a good time to pause on the past deals and jump on the future deals as they come in.
So there's also 2 others per John Heyman going to the Pirates as well on top of Flores.
Flores was the first name dropped. I don't think the other ones would get there. I wonder if Everson Pereira would be a part of that.
It'd be interesting.
That'd be an interesting little fit, because the Pirates would need an outfielder, give Pereira some at bats. That feels like a reasonable one. And that's speculation. That is not what I'm just looking. Let's look at Rafael Flores, because if you go to his stats, obviously we see the scouting grades there, but the stats over here are what I'm most interested in. I'd ask you to expand off of the total, break it up, because he struggled at AAA, but he performed really well at AA.
It'll bring us here.
Yeah, that'll work. So 287 at AA, 346 on base, 496 slug. I mean, that's really quite good. And then obviously in AAA he's struggled a little bit, but he hasn't been there very long. Only 38 plate appearances or 38 at bats.
There's another one.
It's pretty reasonable.
San Diego Padres are acquiring catcher Freddie Fermin from the Kansas City Royals for Ryan Bergert. Bergert is great, dude. Fermin is very good defensively. I think he has a good bat to him as well, but Bergert is a great get for the Royals pitching development. So I like that deal for both sides.
He was up. He was in San Diego this year at a 2.78 ERA.
He pitched a game against LA and he looked really good. He shut them down for a little bit. I love that deal for both sides. I hate it as a Dodger fan that they got better with Fermin, but I love that deal for both sides.
We're going to have to bounce all over the place. I apologize if we are jumping back and forth a little bit, because I wanted to talk about the Bednar trade. And then they dropped Fermin for Bergert on us. There it is. It's Jeff Passan at the top of the screen here.
So we'll see what happens with the rest of that Bednar return. And obviously the nice Padres move. I don't think they're done. I think they're still going to be looking for an outfield bat. There's been rumors that they're in on Kwan, in on Mullins.
I don't know how.
We'll see. I mean, the reported thing for Kwan was Leo Dallas DeVries, but that's obviously not going to happen anymore because something else.
That's not going to happen.
But there was also the report of Painter for Duran, and that ended up being a lot lower. So we'll see in total. But let's go over to the biggest rental bat that we wanted to talk about here, because Eugenio Suarez, we talked about it on our show. what that package was going to look like. We were speculating, hey, it's going to be one of the biggest packages out there because it's the best rental bat ever, right? Like no one's ever had this many homers up to the deadline and like on and on and on. Then he gets traded to the Seattle Mariners, which is a place, probably the number one place most people were thinking he was going to go. The Cubs were in on it as well. There were some rumors about the Phillies and some other place, but the Tigers, but the Mariners really were one who, like, you sold him off a couple years ago. You should have never did that, but you have the chance to get him back now. You really should, right? They do it. It's for first base prospect Tyler Locklear, and then right-handed pitcher Juan Burgos and Hunter Cranton. Locklear is a guy who was just up with the Mariners. He has some decent prospect pedigree to him. A lot of people seem very encouraged by him. Sounds like he's going to be the first baseman right away in Arizona. They're going to call him up immediately and have him be that. But and returning is obviously Eugenio Suarez to the Mariners. So were you a little let down by the package? When it came through?
I really was. I get the only thing I can think of is that the Diamondbacks have a top 100 grade on Locklear. They still have two other players on the Bednar deal. This is about what I expected if it was just going to be Gino by himself. My thought always was the Cubs should try to have the Diamondbacks package Suarez and one of the pitchers for a bigger total package that includes one of the top 100 prospects. That always felt like the path to me to get those two to agree to a deal. If it's just Suarez, the package makes sense. I think this is about one of the most even trades. I really wish the Cubs would just have gone in and set down something that was a little bigger. That's all I was hoping for. I really, that's the only thing I'm disappointed about. This is great for the Mariners, man. I feel great for him. Suarez was just on the Mariners though, and he did not hit well in their stadium, much like all of them did. So I'm a little bit concerned for the Suarez as a recent Suarez fantasy owner. I am now concerned because I acquired him in the hopes that he would go somewhere where the ball would be jumping a little bit. Going to Seattle, that's not the case. But he's got Cal Raleigh with the MVP caliber season to protect him in the lineup. He's still with Josh Naylor. They have not been separated. That report that they were going to still be in on Suarez after Naylor did come to fruition. So I mean, I thought initially when it came out, I was thinking they would have to give up either Ryan Sloan or Sinche. One of the Stephen Kolek also went with the
and Kolek. Interesting.
For Fermin? Okay. Sure. All right, AJ, man. Woo. We'll talk more about AJ. We got lots of things to say about AJ.
Lots of things.
For Suarez, I feel like his spot in the lineup is better. It's a lot more improved than it was last time. He was basically the best hitter in the lineup last time. This time he will not be that. I think that lineup is vastly improved. The Mariners can definitely make a playoff push here. Feel good about it, right? And if you get that, you set that top four into any postseason series, they're going to have the advantage, right? The top four is really good. Starting pitching is great. Bullpen is still really solid, man. Matt Brash is great. Andres Munoz is awesome. Yeah. Picked up Caleb Ferguson. Our guy, Ivy Futures, Greg Zumak said he loved Caleb Ferguson. So another really good pickup. I feel like we kind of glanced over it, but I feel like, the Mariners have done a good job this deadline at really solving the woes of that team. Jerry DiPoto has found a way and hopefully to win more than 84 games.
We'll see. I mean, I love their pitching staff. Obviously, you get into the playoffs, that pitching staff's going to play. And now you have a really deep lineup. I really do feel that. You have J-Rod, who is a second half performer. He's already started looking really good. You put it in with Cal Raleigh. Now you also have Josh Naylor and Eugenio Suarez right in the middle of that lineup too. Randy Arozarena, known playoff performer. Like, that's a good top five there. And then you get to the other guys. JP getting on base for them all in the leadoff slot. Like, oh man, I love it. I wouldn't even be surprised to see Julio move to the leadoff spot. Yeah, if hit JP ninth, he'll still be in front of him. I wouldn't be surprised to see Julio go. You start a game with like Julio, Cal, Eugenio, Naylor. Like, that's disgusting. And Randy. Randy right after that. Like, yep. That's nasty. Is that right? That's righty lefty righty, right?
Righty,
Well,
lefty, righty,
it's
righty, lefty.
righty switch, righty, left, right. So
Yeah.
because
Okay.
Cal's a switch hitter.
Right.
Um,
That's very, very
perfect.
good.
Yeah.
I like it.
Perfect.
Yeah,
So
I like it.
let's go to a couple little smaller deals than the Eugenio Suarez one before we get to a little bit bigger ones. Steven Matz was traded from the St. Louis Cardinals to the Boston Red Sox for first base prospect Blaze Jordan. If you remember the name Blaze Jordan, it sounds familiar. He was a high school phenom, kind of like Bryce Harper, hitting tanks everywhere he went. Was drafted to the Red Sox. Hasn't really lived up to it totally yet. He's struggled to really develop the ML or the power through the minor leagues, but I love this get for the Cardinals. I think it's a great, Matz is a decent fit into that bullpen for the Boston Red Sox anyways. Going in there as a nice middle reliever as a lefty. I think it's perfectly fine there. So I love the get for the Cardinals with Blaze Jordan. You kind of have some first baseman already, but you can't go wrong. I mean, it's also a rental left-handed reliever.
Am I wrong to say I like this return for the Cardinals more than a few of the other relievers we talked about? Like,
I don't think so.
That are better than Matz. Like, I honestly would rather have Blaze Jordan than like the return for Helsley. I think like I like Blaze Jordan a lot as a hitter, and he's not going to do anything but hit. But I like that he hits. I like the way he hits, and the Cardinals were full up. They are full up on big-bodied guys that can't play defense. Like that's kind of their whole issue right now is the team is full of those guys. But I mean, value-wise, makes a lot of sense. Kind of makes some of those other guys expendable, I think, a little bit, right? You got Burleson, Pozo, one of those. And then Jordan Walker obviously has the same issues. So, Blaze Jordan's another guy in that mold, but he's a really good hitter. I like that a lot. And, Matz is fine. Red Sox are, I guess, buying, but they'll make a push, I guess. And I don't know. This one feels like it's all about Blaze Jordan, whether or not he can hit, maybe take over first base in the Cardinals.
Yeah, I definitely think it's about Blaze Jordan, and I love it either way. I love this deal. Getting to the next Cubs deal, where they acquired relief pitcher Andrew Kittredge from the Baltimore Orioles for Wilfrey De La Cruz. I believe he's a shortstop prospect as well, who was just signed in the latest IFA period.
The Cubs. This is the number 3 prospect, basically, that the Cubs signed in the last period. I don't think the Cubs liked him nearly as much as the other guys they like. It seems like they're a lot more infatuated with the other guys, and those other guys might be potential pieces in a bigger deal today. There's the other piece, which is
one of them,
Edgalín Perez.
I like it. I like Perez a lot. Let's go over here.
Yeah, let's go take a look at Perez.
He's their 14th ranked prospect.
209 batting average, but 368 on base is
he's 19 rookie
ball.
Yeah.
Well, he just made it up to A ball.
Yeah. Well, I'm saying he played most of it like that, so I like Perez a lot. That's
a good get. Yeah, it's again that's the kind of prospect that is definitely going to be a throw in these deals. Another one where I think I like this deal more than the Helsley deal for the Pirates. Get what they get back.
Well, I will say Bednar, I don't believe he's a rental. I believe he has another year of control.
He does. So, yeah, that does track.
So Helsley is a pure rental. Where like Matz was a pure rental as well. So anyways, back to Kittredge.
Yeah. So back to Kittredge quickly. I think that's, if you want to pull up Kittredge's Savant page, actually, that's probably a good place to start as well. The return, Wilfrey De La Cruz, I think I'm a lot less bullish on his upside than I am on Ronnie Cruz's. Cubs got a lot of Cruz guys down there. They also have Fernando Cruz in the minors as well. But ultimately, I think Kittredge might be the type of guy that you look back on and go, that might have been the best reliever traded at the deadline. It's kind of the upside I see here, right? Like,
I don't know about in terms
of, Duran exists and so does Mason Miller. In terms of rental style, and he's got a $9 million option here, but I mean, he could very easily be one of those really effective lefties deployed properly to really get outs in the playoffs, I think. And a lot of the best National League hitters are lefties, basically. So I like it. Right. Look at that chase rate. You know, he's the kind of guy that generates a ton of whiff on that slider.
Yeah.
I am extremely intrigued by where he'll slot in. I think he basically takes Pomeranz's role right now, which is kind of the 7th inning lefty. Anytime there's a chunk of the good hitters on the other.
Well, I mean, Kittredge is a righty.
Team, so. Oh, is he?
Yes, he's righty.
I could have sworn he's the lefty. Either way,
No,
I think he slots.
Then
I think he slots in the Presley role, which is about the same thing, just as a righty, but he's still really good.
Yeah.
So, you know, he's a guy that the Cubs were rumored for in the offseason. Felt like they were probably going to have a chance to get him. They end up not doing it and trading for him at the deadline. I remember seeing the Orioles paid like $10 million for him, and we were kind of like, what? Because he was kind of the guy that you were thinking might get like 4 or 5.
Yeah.
So that's what you're going to end up paying him anyway. It's just for the second half. But overall, this one I like a lot. And I think in terms of value, you might get as much out of this as some of these other relievers might get to their team. So
looking at it tight, maybe they are looking at bats instead of pitching for once because they've done a good job at doing pitching. So
no, this deadline for the Pirates, I love
so far.
Yeah.
I mean, the fact that they're not trading Mitch Keller kind of makes me scratch my head. They really should take advantage of his value at this moment, especially with the extra control, and trade him. But to each their own. They still have Heaney and Falter. They still have like Dennis Santana that they can trade. So we'll see. Also looks like, according to Francis Romero, outfield prospect Brian Sanchez is heading to Pittsburgh as the third part of the Bednar trade. So let's go over to the Shane Bieber deal.
Yeah.
Let's talk about that one. Because Shane Bieber was a name recently that had popped up as, people had scouted his last rehab outing. He looked pretty good. Seemed like he was going to get traded. Cubs, Dodgers, a couple other teams were in on him. The Toronto Blue Jays swiped in this morning and got him for pitching prospect Cal Steven, who was the 5th ranked prospect per pipeline for the Blue Jays system. It's a very weak system, but I love Cal Steven. He came from, I believe it was Vanderbilt or Purdue. It's one of those black and gold-ish schools. But I've been very bullish on Cal. It was Purdue.
Yep.
I knew it was one of those schools that looked very similar. I was very bullish on the type of prospect that Cal is. I think he was very good in Toronto's system. You put him in the Cleveland pitching lab, I think he's going to be very good.
Yeah.
This is a deal for Shane Bieber, who hasn't pitched obviously this year, was working his way back from Tommy John surgery. He's very close to returning, obviously, with some rehab outings. He has an option for next year, but Shi Davidi, who is a very good Blue Jays reporter, said this morning on the Toronto news waves that they did this deal in the hopes of extending Shane Bieber and having him be there longer than maybe just 1 or 2 years. So that makes a little bit more sense if you're trading a guy of Cal's caliber, who I feel like can be a top 100 prospect within a year or two. So I like this deal for the Guardians because I think Cal Stevens is very good. And I like this deal for the Blue Jays because I think Shane Bieber fits exactly into the role they need as a good 2 to 3 starting pitcher in that thing that can start playoff games for you.
Yeah, Bieber looks really good in the minors right now. He seems like he's healthy. Just working back from Tommy John a few years ago, back when he looked really good before the elbow went out. I think Bieber's, former Cy Young winner. That's a guy that has a lot of pedigree. So I think he can command a little bit more, even though he hasn't been, pitching all season long, basically. But Cal Steven, I think was already in that kind of conversation for back end of the top 100 prospects. He has really been ascending. The performance this season has been excellent. 2.06 ERA across 3 levels. Just got to Double-A and has struggled a little bit in Double-A, but he was way better than anybody around him in High A, which, that's a pretty big feat, being clearly a Double-A pitcher here at I think he's just 22 at this point. So, a lot of time left. I think there's a lot more still to go for Cal Steven, but he's going to the right situation. Like you mentioned, I think overall you could look at this deal, and if Bieber either isn't effective or doesn't come fully back, you could probably see this deal getting called like a big time loss for the Blue Jays, especially if they don't get that extension done and Bieber just drops to free agency. He's got a player option this year. I think the buyout is like $4 million. He's definitely going to take that unless they work out that extension. So
yeah,
we'll see how he likes Toronto. That'll be a something to watch, because I think it's possible this deal looks really bad if Bieber isn't effective.
yeah.
If he is, it's fine, right? As long as Bieber gets into the playoffs, pitches in the playoffs, the Blue Jays will be happy with it.
Right. We did get a note from Lance Brozdowski, who you hear us talk about a lot on this channel. We like everything Lance does about Steven just a few minutes ago. Big carry, four seam, high slot, plus zone feel, 72% strike rate, average swinging strike, great underlying contact quality allowed so far. 93 mile an hour fastball, 20 inches of vertical break, and that. So that was on his X. So go follow Lance over there. He does great work about all things prospect wise. He's also a Cubs guy, but he does very, very good stuff around all of these trade deadline deals and stuff. So it's perfect timing for him to put that out as we were talking about Cal Steven anyways. Real quick, Tigers acquired Paul Sewald from the Guardians as well for a player to be named later, cash. Sewald's a former closer. We know about that. He's not healthy right now. Seems like it would probably be September is when he's about to come back. So it's just the Tigers doing a depth bullpen arm. They've done this a little bit more. They did another one today, which I don't have on the – oh, no, I do have on the list in a little bit. We can actually just jump to that one real quick.
Yeah, let's do it.
Get to that. They acquired Kyle Finnegan from the Washington Nationals as well, the Tigers did, for right-hander Josh Randall, who was their 15th ranked prospect, and RJ Sales, who was not ranked in their prospect as well. So a couple bullpen arms for the Tigers. They also acquired Rafael Montero yesterday for basically cash considerations too, or a player to be named. So they're the Tigers just kind of doing a little bit on that bullpen around the periphery.
The Tigers are not having my favorite deadline, I'll tell you. They miss on Suarez. The relievers are not relievers that I feel strongly about being able to slot into the back end of this bullpen. I Sewald got lit up in the playoffs in 2023, and then because they had a bunch of really good bullpen arms to get the Diamondbacks to the World Series. And every time Sewald came in, it was like, oh, geez, hope they don't give up the lead here.
Right.
And then Finnegan has been really rough for the Nationals, right, in that closer's role. And the Tigers need bullpen help. I get it, but, I would have rather paid for Kittredge, right, than either of these guys. So Steven Matz, I think I rather would have than either of these guys too. So this is a tough look, I think, for the Tigers. I think they still need to go out here and make a move down the stretch to try and I would call it salvage the deadline. I think the Tigers are still in a good spot, but they need to get something else. I think maybe one of the bats that's still available, maybe a Ryan O'Hearn or something. Just try to change the overall vibe in the clubhouse right now, because I don't think these relievers are going to change enough for me to feel confident about them making a playoff run.
The problem is the style of bat they need is like a third base bat, and kind of Suarez was the only one. Like O'Hearn, you're not playing O'Hearn over Torkelson, and you're not playing O'Hearn over like Riley Green or Kerry Carpenter or something like that. So
he'd be DH, but yeah,
that's where Carpenter's playing. Carpenter DHs. So I don't know where they go bat wise, but it is what it is. So let's go to the biggest blockbuster so far.
Yep.
And this is something that it's on the periphery. David talked about. He picked it as 1-1. That's Mason Miller, obviously. We got a little bit of word last night, like, hey, it's Padres are pushing, but Dodgers are still involved, and a couple other teams as well. But it was really interesting because I was watching the Mariners and A's game last night, and it was a 2-run game in the 9th inning, or in the bottom of the 8th, and Mason Miller sitting in the bullpen just like not warming up. And they were like, oh, looks like the rookie or whatever his name, Jack Perkins, I think it was, is going to go for a 2-inning save. Everyone's like, why is there a save situation? Mason Miller is not warming up to pitch this. And then you go to after the game, and Mark Kotze was like, he's unavailable. I can't say anything else. And then you have Dallas Braden, who, say what you want about Dallas Braden, when it comes to A's moves or something, obviously he's He's decent with them, right? He's their broadcaster, everything. He goes on X and was like, I'm not here to break the news. I'm just here to help the broken hearts.
Yep.
And it's like, okay, this is happening.
Something's
right?
happening. Yep.
Something's happening for sure. It didn't end up getting announced last night. It was up to this morning, and it was like, seemed like all things were, he's going to the Padres, he's going to the Padres. So it was a matter of what's the package, right? Are they getting Leo Dallas DeVries? Are they getting Ethan Salas? What are they like? What's the package here, right? Because 4 years of control or 3.5 years of control with Miller here, it's going to be a big thing. Well, they also acquired J.P. Sears in this deal. Mason Miller and J.P. Sears are going to the San Diego Padres. And the A's, they do get Leo Dallas DeVries, who is the number 3 overall prospect in the game, not for the Padres. Number 3 overall. They get the Padres' third-ranked pitcher, Brandon Nett, who has been rising up prospect boards. Right-handed pitcher Henry Baez and Edroyal Nunez, who is another pitcher there. But obviously, the big part here is Leo Dallas DeVries, who is a great prospect. He is looking fantastic throughout his time in the minor leagues at this moment, especially as of late. This feels like a early James Wood repeat thing here. I'm a dynasty owner of Leo Dallas DeVries. I loved everything he is as a prospect, and I can't tell you how happy I am that he is out of my division, that I do not have to worry about that. Now, that being said, I do have to worry about Mason Miller. And as Ty says, holy moose today, Mason Miller to the Padres isn't great for us. Yeah. Right? It's not great if you're a Dodger fan. But I also argue, when this trade initially dropped, it was, hey, they would potentially look to trade Cease and Suarez to upgrade other things, right? Catcher, outfield. Doesn't seem like that's going to be the case. It seems like they're going to keep Cease and Suarez. Cease is a free agent at the end of the year. Suarez has options, most likely taking those options at this moment. But for me, you're trading a future superstar in Leo Dallas DeVries. Yep. You get Mason Miller, who is a superstar right now, but he is a closer, bullpen closer at the end of the day, right? There's the talk that you're going to try and stretch him out next year to make him a starter, which, of course, we mentioned that on our podcast the other day. Like, hey, if you trade for Mason Miller, I think it was on the trade deadline predictions, or the draft one.
Yep.
Where you talked about it, because we talked about the Dodgers doing that, because that's what a smart organization would do. Mm-hmm. You also have to worry about the arm injuries, but I don't. In my vacuum, if you were trading Cease and Suarez for Sears and Miller, does it really make you that much better? Because I don't think it did.
No.
Now, you aren't doing that. You've traded a couple of your other pitching prospects and Bergert and Kolek and whatever away. It seemed like you're going to go this super pin. I don't think it's as big of a deal as it's kind of being made up to be, because the Padres already had a super good bullpen already. Adrian Morejon, Jeremiah Estrada, Jason Adam, Robert Suarez. Like, you already had a dominant bullpen. Adding Mason Miller to that, does it make it better? Yes, because Mason Miller is great. You have the extra control of Mason Miller too. But I don't feel like it makes you – like, is this a league-changing move, or is this a move that makes you immediately a better team in there? I don't know if I could say that. And I don't think Sears, who's been bad so far in his major league career, is also a big enough change to your starting rotation to make it worth that as well. Like, are the Padres better? Yes. Do I think that they are tremendously better than they were yesterday, even though they did the biggest move at the deadline so far? I don't think so. At least for this year, depending on the starting pitcher that Mason Miller becomes.
I guess as an aside, there is something to be said for the Padres taking Mason Miller from the Dodgers too, right? Preventing your biggest rival from acquiring one of the best pitching talents in the game.
And here's the thing. If you listen to a lot of the people that were around the Dodgers or in the Dodgers org, they all said, hey, they're not really playing at the top end of the bullpen market this year. They're not playing for the Mason Miller. They're not playing for the Durans. So I feel like it was more so leverage play by the A's, hey, you're the Dodgers. Mm-hmm. I could be wrong, but that was just my feel from it. But go ahead.
On top of that, I think DeVries is the highest ranked prospect to get moved since the Soto trade. at the deadline?
What was
That's what I'm
Wood?
thinking. It would have been Wood was in the top 10. I want to say Abrams was in the top 10 as well.
I've been top 2, but I don't think either one of them were top 3.
Yeah. And then I'm like at the deadline. I don't even know if anybody's been moved at the deadline as this high. So what what an incredible like overall
We'll talk
deal
about
that this
that.
was made. First of all, yeah, we're almost done. We're almost caught up to live. So once we get to live, we'll start talking about the future trades. But
Yep.
my gut, like I have a couple of Padres fans friends. Shout out Blake. Shout out Kevin. They're both they both told me it was too much immediately, and I think I'm with you on that. I think the consensus is going to be that this was too high a price to pay for Mason Miller. I also think that AJ Preller's a madman. I always have. I've always I'm completely enamored with everything he does to try and make the organization better. Now, does it ever work? Hasn't yet. It hasn't worked yet. He keeps trying. He keeps firing it at the wall. He gets like these pop up really good young players, and he sends them off as soon as that value pops. He does not wait around because it's going to take a couple years for Leah Dallas DeVries to get to the major leagues. Like, we know that he's a couple years away. His prospect value may decrease. It's not going to be higher than 3rd overall. And to be able to turn that into instant major league value, like that's going to be successful. Now, are they going to turn into 2028 superstars? Is DeVries going to turn into 20 like CJ Abrams and James Wood have? Yes, maybe, right? Like you believe in Leah Dallas DeVries. I at least think he's good, right? He's at least a good shortstop prospect and worthy of being a really solid well-ranked prospect. I don't know if he's like he doesn't feel like a number 3 prospect. The stats are just they're not quite as good. He's got good tools, got everything that I would want, but yeah, I don't know if he's quite number 3 for me. He might be more like number 10-ish. But that's still really high ranked, right? That's still really good. Yeah. It's just I don't know if it's we see number 3. I've seen 6 dropped on him, and it's high praise for a guy he's very good all around. I don't know if he has any of those tools that make him become like a Ellie De La Cruz, for example, who has the standout power and speed, right? And the 80th percent, 80 grade, 100th percentile power and speed. I don't know if he has any of those types of tools. I think he's the kind of guy who could be like maybe Lindor is like the best kind of major league comp, but then that's a Hall of Famer, like a future Hall of Famer that I'm talking about. Like, I don't think he's got a long way to go before he's Francisco Lindor, but that's the kind of player you're hoping he becomes.
You're still even talking about a elite defensive shortstop with 30 plus homers in Francisco Lindor that can be a 30-30 guy. Like,
I think that's okay. So I think that's too much. I think I've overstepped then.
Like,
I'm trying to find like a guy who does everything pretty good, but never isn't like Lindor's amazing at everything. I shouldn't have necessarily brought him in.
I think DeVries has that capability. I really do. Like, I think he has very top level capability. Is he there yet? No, he's 18, right? Like, that's the thing we have to realize. Like, these guys are still way off. Like, I don't expect to see Leo DeVries for 4 or 5 more years, but like, he has the potential to be that way. He has the potential to hit for average. He has the potential to be 30 plus homer bat. I don't know if he'll steal 30 plus bases in the major leagues. I don't think that, but like, he's going to be a guy who's probably going to get you 10 to 15. But I think he's still a very good high upside player that I feel like it is too much to trade at this point. So we'll have to see. Well, I mean, obviously this is a deal that's going to be 20 years down the line that we're going to be making like who won, who lost, because you can make the argument that if Miller turns into a very good starting pitcher, like if he does become what they expect him to become starting pitching wise, then maybe the value is there. Maybe you line up value wise, right? If you're being able to sign him to an extension and he's there for, say Mason Miller's there for 10 years and eight or 9 of those, he's a good starting pitcher, right? Or even if he is there for 5 years, 6 years as a starting pitcher, and then becomes a bullpen arm at the end again, like at the end of the day, I think that's still decent value. So we have only a couple more to really talk about because we hit on Bednar, we hit on Fermin a little bit already. We still don't know the return on Brock Stewart. Apparently that's still undergoing medicals, so that might not even happen. Really, it's Harrison Bader. but we can wait on that for a minute. Let's get to Adam's comment.
Yep.
Who else is out there that could be traded? Well, a lot, really.
Mm-hmm.
There's the impending Sandy Alcantara, Edward Cabrera, Mackenzie Gore, maybe Mitch Keller if they get blown away. Who knows what other starting pitchers, right? There's been talk maybe the Dodgers moved Dustin May for something. Who knows? There's a bunch there. Bullpen market. You still got Pete Fairbanks. You got Dennis Santana. And I'm sure there's other ones that I'm not even thinking of. Maybe Robert Suarez. Seems like they're going to keep him. They're leaning towards that. But Bender's another name as well.
Yep. Ronnie Henriquez has been mentioned as potentially being available from the Marlins. He's very, very interesting. Shut the Cubs down when the Cubs were playing the Marlins. I really liked Ronnie Henriquez. Griffin Jax is super interesting, theoretically available from the Twins. Louis Varland is theoretically available, though that's really only been speculation on John Morosi's part, and Morosi likes to throw names around without, I think, necessarily vetting whether or not those are actually truly available names. I think Jax and Varland are long shots to get moved, but they're definitely worth monitoring because if either one of those guys gets moved, that instantly becomes, I think, probably one of my favorite moves by the acquiring team of the deadline.
Yeah.
In specifics, because I think either of those guys are candidates to be the next Clay Holmes, Reynaldo Lopez, reliever that comes over and then changes to a starter. I think the Miller path, as it were. Those guys are really interesting for that, and that's going to be a high price. The Twins are going to set a high bar for that, but I really like both of them.
There's also potential of Cade Smith. It's not really been talked about as much since the Class A news, but I mean, if you're selling as the Guardians, right now's the time to do it. Maybe a team swoops in for a Quan Cade Smith package or something. Bats, you have Ryan O'Hearn, you have Cedric Mullins, Luis Robert Jr., maybe Stephen Kwan. Yandy Diaz has been talked about. Brandon Lowe's been talked about. Don't know if those actually happen. But, I mean, we can probably go down a list still of a ton of other people.
Yandy just left his game with an injury hit by pitch.
It was X-rays. Seemed like X-rays were negative.
That may still slow down the potential for Yandy getting traded. I don't know that Yandy was going to get traded anyway.
It was a long shot.
Another couple of years,
but it was a long shot. But like Boston had talked about it and some other stuff. So there's obviously names that we don't know either.
One guy definitely going to get moved today is Phil Maton from the St. Louis Cardinals. He's got a 2.35 ERA, 2.49 FIP. He's been one of the best relievers in the game this year on an expiring deal. Phil Maton is definitely getting moved today. See, I'm trying to think of any more.
Maybe Giants guys.
Right.
Camilo Doval.
Yes.
I don't think Randy Rodriguez, but like Camilo Doval, Ryan Walker. They even said they'll talk about Justin Verlander, but we'll see.
I would be floored if they move Ryan Walker, but I want my team to go get Ryan Walker so bad. So he'd be my number one bullpen target he might even be more than Griffin Jackson, Varland for the cost. I love Ryan Walker. Colorado guys, Jake Bird, Seth Halverson, Victor Vodnik have all been mentioned. It's the Rockies. Who knows? Who knows? The Rockies may or may not move anybody. The fact that they traded Ryan McMahon already is rather shocking, but that's a reasonable one to look at. Braves guys, still Raisel Iglesias is theoretically available. So is Pierce Johnson. Marcell Ozuna hasn't been traded yet. He has been horrible over the last 2 months, absolutely horrible. He's in a home run in a month. I don't know if anybody's going to trade for Ozuna. Already they got the, he's kind of a stigma guy. And then you've also got the horrible performance. I just don't know that anybody gives anything up for him.
You are right here. The Rockies might just buy. Who knows? They might
try to beat the A's.
Who knows, man?
Oh, gosh, the Rays could move a bunch more people too. They could jump in the starter market. I wouldn't be shocked if Drew Rasmussen ends up moving today, just as one of them shock moves. I don't either, but
Charlie Morton, Zach Eflin, a couple guys from Baltimore.
Eflin just went on the IL.
They still were saying that it's back discomfort, so they're saying that he still could be traded. I wouldn't be surprised if he's not either way, but I mean, there's also guys that we just don't know, or like we didn't know Freddie Fermin was going to get traded, right? Like,
Right.
who knows about that? Like, there's just trades we still don't know. So we still have what 2.5 hours until the deadline. You know, a lot of these guys probably won't get traded still, but there's still a lot to come in the meantime. So before we start speculating maybe some other stuff, let's go over the Harrison Bader deal real quick.
Yeah.
We won't go over the Brock Stewart deal. And we can potentially hit on Bednar and Freeman if we want to a little bit more, since we hit those in the middle. Harrison Bader got traded to the Philadelphia Phillies for prospects Henry Mendez and Jeremy Viora, fourth outfielder for the Phillies. He could play all three outfield spots. Might get some starts in center field for them. Still good defensively. He's having a good year offensively, but the underlying metrics don't back up at all for what he's at. I think he's got like a 307 expected weighted on base right now. Like, I don't believe in his offense so far. He just had a game or a series against the Dodgers. It was horrendous for him. I think he came up like 6 or 7 straight at bats with people on and left them stranded every single time. So I think it's a decent ad as a fourth outfielder. I thought the Phillies were going to shoot a little bit higher. You know, it doesn't seem like Luis Roberts going to be traded, but like I thought they would shoot there, or Cedric Mullins. I thought they would kind of shoot there. Doesn't seem like that's the case. But they got a solid outfielder in Harrison Bader. Yeah, and he does have an option after this year.
He's always been annoying as Harrison Bader, right? Like one of those guys who just puts out 10 home runs a year and about the same line, 90 to 100 WRC plus. And right now, like you said, he's at 117 WRC plus. I don't know that you can expect that going forward, but I would expect the 90 WRC plus standard stuff. The Phillies have needed a little bit of offense in the outfield. Bader just kind of fits into that niche of you start him in the right matchups, right? Versus lefties, soft toss and righties, I feel like it's fine. I don't know the Phillies fans are going to be necessarily super excited about this one, but you got Joan Duran now. Like Phillies fans already have had a great deadline. Like they're going to feel great about it. Bader, I know you're stuck watching Harrison Bader, and nobody really wants that, but he's perfectly fine. I think you mentioned, Damian, that you thought the return was a little heavy yesterday. I don't know anything about the prospects in this case, so I don't know. What do you think? Bader. Did you say that?
No.
Somebody did. Somebody said it was heavy.
I just don't love the player that Bader is. There was even the talk that Dodgers were interested in Bader, and I was just like, please don't. Like honestly, like I get the defensive upside because he is very solid defensively, but like even as bad as you want to say Michael Conforto has been this year, like Conforto has better expected numbers than Harrison Bader. And he's actually looked really good over the last month. So if it was, hey, you had to deal with either Harrison Bader being your starting left fielder or Michael Conforto for the rest of the year, I was just like, give me Conforto and then just defensive replace him at the 7th inning or something, right? I didn't love the idea of getting Harrison Bader. If you were going to go get an outfielder, I would like, hey, maybe a Kwan or a Lou Bob or something like that. For Philly, I mean, I thought they would shoot higher. They didn't. But at the end of the day, if you're going to use him as a fourth outfielder, it's not a terrible idea. If you're going to use him as a starter, I don't love that. And they kind of need a starting center fielder with Marsh and Johan Rojas kind of playing there, moving black holes. They played Schwarber in left field the other day.
Yeah,
and he made a tumbling thing. You shouldn't do that. You have Nick Castellanos in the other one. I don't know. The prospects at the end of the day, it's whatever. I don't really, these two prospects are whatever. They're not great.
I found him. It's Henry Mendez, who is an outfielder in Double-A, and this year in Double-A in 300 plate appearances, he's got a 290 average, 374 on base, and a 434 slug. Pretty good. Yeah, he's been really, really solid. Now 8 home runs, 46 RBI, 6 stolen bases. I mean, I don't think that's necessarily a superstar. I think he's a corner outfielder as well. But that is a potentially solid player given up for half a season, maybe 2 seasons of Harrison Bader.
Yeah.
But Yeah, the Phillies defense is so brutally bad in the outfield because of the Castellanos and Schwarber overlap that
Right.
adding a defensive outfielder, especially when the other options have been horrible, is a must. Like it was always a must, I think, for the Phillies to add a guy like Bader here to try and buoy that, the overlap of Schwarber and Castellanos being kind of black holes in the corners. And offensively, they're great, right? Those two guys in your lineup are awesome, but that's just not going to help you defensively. And that's what Bader provides. So with a little bit of the offense, and that's fine by me. Ultimately, I think this deal probably doesn't result in too much. It could result in Harrison Bader striking out with the bases loaded for the Phillies in the playoffs. That could be bad.
Yeah. Real quick, I don't know why this always happens during the deadline, but teams need to really stop doing this part. Brian O'Hearn has multiple suitors, but sources say Orioles asking price for their lone all-star is very high, and will be interesting to see if a deal comes down before the deadline. Mind you, O'Hearn's a rental, I believe. Like Orioles, you're not winning. You're not going to offer him the qualifying offer. Like you're not going to do that. He'll accept that thing immediately.
Mm-hmm.
What are we doing here? Like Mets are acquiring Cedric Mullins from the Orioles.
There we go.
Anthony DeComo just put it out and it was retweeted by FineSand, so you should see it. There it is.
Boom. There it is. Yep. Breaking news.
Yeah, that's interesting. Obviously they have Tyrone Taylor, and that has been playing there in the outfield and center field. Cedric Mullins has not had a great season, but he's always a bounce back candidate. He plays really good defense still. So while we wait for the rest of that return, let's talk a little bit more about Bednar, his fit in New York. We already talked about the prospect a little bit. Prospects. So let's really just talk about Bednar in New York, right? He has an extra year of control, I believe. The Yankees bullpen has been very bad, especially Devin Williams, who would have expected Devin Williams to be this bad? Not me. So getting a back end of the bullpen reliever, even Luke Weaver has been bad for them as well. Getting a back end of the bullpen reliever in David Bednar, I think it's a really good get for the Yankees. I think he's going to fit right in. I'll be interested to see how they implement it. Like, do you put Williams to the 8th and then give Bednar the 9th? Because Bednar's been really good as of late, but it's very weird. Looks like per DeComo, the return is Ramon Gomez, Anthony Nunez, and Chandler Marsh are going back to Baltimore for Cedric Mullins. So I don't know much about those. Let's go over to Pipeline.
Yes, let's do it. Let's figure out the return on this. We'll eventually get to talk about David Bednar, Yankees fans, I promise. Because I really like David Bednar. We talked a little bit about the return. I do want to mention David Bednar as a fit for the Yankees.
So Gomez is their 30th ranked prospect per Pipeline.
Okay.
Nunez, if it's going to type, is the 14th ranked prospect. And then I would assume Marsh is not.
Oh my.
Marsh is not ranked. So 14, 30, and an unranked.
Gomez has an 80 grade fastball, according to Pipeline's grading system.
Yeah.
Which is real interesting. He's got a 104.5 mile per hour fastball for single A St. Lucie. Holy.
Yeah.
He's also got a 6.95 ERA. This year he is a reliever only, but with a 104 mile an hour fastball. I mean,
15 walks in 21 innings.
Yeah, the control is obviously the problem. Electric arm, but that's not a guy that's going to be particularly sought after. Or particularly missed. Very interesting. I think for sure. For him, I want to go see number 14.
The other one, Yankees have acquired Jake Bird from the Rockies.
Ooh, there you go.
So
I just said the Rockies, they did finally make a move. They're only trading with the Yankees, though. What's up with that?
Yeah, we're getting some moves.
Anthony Nunez is another reliever, 2.10 ERA at AA this year with a 0.94 WHIP, 36 strikeouts in 25 innings. It's pretty good.
Yeah,
2 reliever prospects for the Orioles, which. I mean, for Seti, half a season of Seti, he's not been great. reliever prospects, though, I mean, the upside is so limited.
Yeah, what's the other one's Marsh?
Yeah,
Chandler Marsh.
Chandler Marsh.
So he's another pitcher, 22 years old. Looks like another reliever.
3 reliever prospects.
But
Man.
big K numbers in minor league, high A so far. But solid
Control again, yeah.
control. Is Cedric a rental? I don't remember.
Yes. Yeah, he's free agent after this year.
So
It's just half a season.
There's that. Let me put that in here real quick, so I can we can have it tracked. If you want to start looking at the Jake Bird, I know we don't have a return, but if you want to talk about Jake Bird, his
Jake Bird is super interesting because he has really fallen off of late, but you kind of expect that with Rockies players, is that they struggle to maintain the stuff that got him there due to the fatigue, the altitude, and all of that. Jake Bird's got a really good, interesting slider, right? Is I think you call it a sweeper. It's basically completely horizontal to where it just almost rises above horizontal across the zone with its motion.
Ooh.
It's got a positive 2-run value this year, and it's the first year he's been throwing it. His worst pitch is his sinker, which gets beaten around to a tune of a 48% hard hit rate. Sinkers tend to perform poorly in Coors Field in general. And we have a Dodgers trade as well.
So we have the return on the Rockies. It's Rock Reggio and Ben Shields from the Yankees for Jake Bird.
Okay.
And then as a part of the Brock Stewart deal, it sounds like James Outman is going to the Twins, which is very interesting because that means the Dodgers would probably be looking for another outfielder. But let's look at the other prospects before we get the rest of the Dodgers trade.
So let's Rock Reggio, Ben Shields. Let's go to them.
I'm putting in here real quick. Reggio and
Reggio is the number 10 prospect in the Yankee system per pipeline. Currently with a 261 average, a 335 on base, and a 542 slug at Double-A in 153 at bats. That includes 11 home runs. Holy crap! So if you click his name and then over here where stats is, you can just expand it on the right side there. You can leave up the rest of it. You don't have to go to this one. Right there. So where 2025 is, where the number 2025 is, you can just hit expand and it'll push it out to all 3 of them. Yeah. There you go.
Yeah.
That is strikeout rate's what I want to see. Let's see. 60 strikeouts and 231 at bats.
Well, that's why I found right here would tell me
26%. Is it even advanced stats? It's probably I should add walks actually. Fightline doesn't show them. Never mind. Looks like a high power, high whiff guy to me though.
Let's see. 22% in the minor leagues this year.
Okay, that's not bad. He does walk a lot.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, no, that's pretty good. Yeah, he looks kind of like a real interesting prospect.
Ben Shields.
Yeah.
26-year-old pitcher. He's in Double-A right now. Looks like a starter. Solid stuff. So, looks like a good slider, but other than that, not much. So,
I think the Rockies have actually done a pretty good job on this deal. I think Jake Bird is a pretty good reliever, but figuring out whether Rockies major league pitchers can translate across to, their other major league stadium counterparts is always a tall task.
Yeah.
But Reggio looks really interesting. Shields is at least an intriguing prospect. He's one of those, I think we see these guys get moved all the time, the kind of former college starter, high in age, but, hasn't really broken out or been able to make it to the majors. He'll probably be like a quad A type starter. But for the Rockies, I mean, that's a guy that you could just throw some innings while you're trying to complete your rebuild. That can work. ultimately, I think Riggio is the play here, and that's a pretty good return for Jake Bird.
Yeah, I mean, I think it is as well. Riggio is someone who I think could be very solid, especially going to a place like Colorado. And Jake Bird is a guy who you weren't going to be long term there with as well. And the Yankees continue to overhaul their bullpen. So now jumping back to the Brock Stewart and James Outman deal, that looks like it's a 1-for-1. Brock Stewart for James Outman directly. Outman is a guy who'd kind of fallen off of. He's a really good defensive center fielder. Has fallen out of love with the Dodgers because he's a big whiff rate. He was actually up with the Dodgers, the big league team, right this moment. Brock Stewart is a former Dodger, relief pitcher. I think he's 33 or 34 at this point, but he still has a couple years of club control. And if you want to talk about a savant page for an underrated reliever that looks really good, it's
him. He's had a really good season.
It's Brock Stewart. And David can confirm that I called this one yesterday, talking about bullpen arms. I said they're going to get Brock Stewart. Watch. Yeah. And this is exactly what they look for. This team loves reunions, and they did it with Brock Stewart here. And they love underrated bullpen arms that have a little bit more control. So, and they traded a prospect that they don't really, have kind of fallen out of love in James Outman. He has big power potential, big whiff rate, obviously. It's going to be interesting to see because Outman has been playing very decent for them. But I wonder if they are looking towards another outfielder at some point here. Yes, we did throw Outman.
So
it's not overly shocking because Outman has been in trade talks for a couple years, even back to talking about the White Sox when they were talking Crochet and Robert last year, I believe. He was in those as well. He was in trade talks this off season. Never really came together, but this doing it now when he was still up with the team makes me think they're making a move for another outfielder, potentially with a Dustin May or something else.
That'd be interesting. I think this is actually probably one of the worst organizations for Outman to go to. The Twins have just not been able to develop the hit tool out of their outfielders, and maintain the power. They've really struggled with these kind of power hitting corner outfield types. Like Trevor Larnach struggled, Kirilloff struggled until he retired this last offseason. Wallner has struggled. They just have not been able to get a hold of some of these guys. And with Outman running a 40% strikeout rate, and that's been every single year, including the year that he was a Rookie of the Year candidate in 2023. It's just tough, man. You just can't maintain that.
Even at AAA, where he was having a decent season, he was still running a 30% strikeout rate. It's just very hard to consistently be good at the major league level with that, even though you are a very good defensive outfielder, right?
Right.
Like you still got to bring something to the table there. So I think this is a precursor to another move. We shall see. But I don't hate the deal. Like I've Outman someone who I figured would be on the move eventually at some point. And Stewart is a guy who I called they were going to get. So it makes sense if you were going to do something at one point. I thought maybe if they were looking at maybe a Stephen Kwan trade or something, I thought Outman could be of interest to a team like the Guardians that kind of have needed outfield for a while, because Outman's main, obviously his thing is the defense. So I don't know if going to where Buxton's already playing center field, they're going to love that, or they're going to try and do. I don't. It'll be something to pay attention to, for sure. But we are just over 2 hours away from the deadline at this moment. So we are about 2 hours into the live stream at this moment. So let's say take a 5-10 minute break, allow us to regroup for a minute. We can come back, see if we have anything else, and then be on top of it through the deadline, through everything else. So thank you guys for being around so far. Hope you guys stick around, and we'll be back in 5 to 10 minutes.
You're still muted, I believe. Back in the headset.
I don't know why it's doing that. It's very annoying.
I take my little headset thing out. Like I have a little plug for it. I just take it out, so it only ever switches to this mic. But
well, mine's only Bluetooth. Like it has the same thing. So, anyways, sorry, I was gonna say welcome back, but like welcome back to us because you guys were here all along. We are now officially under 2 hours away until the MLB trade deadline, and seems like we're getting some spicy stuff. We'll see if it's true, but there's a report that Adolis Garcia is being traded from the Rangers to the Mets.
That doesn't seem right. I feel like Mike got
maybe,
that wrong, but we'll see.
Maybe. I mean, Vientos maybe getting traded. They could trade him there, play first base or something. They could use him. They could use Adolis at DH.
So we've got one directly over here, right across from me. John Heyman mentioned that Carlos Correa to the Astros still isn't necessarily off the table. That one's fun. I like the idea of that one. The old reunion move.
There's a ton right now. Texas Rangers are showing interest in Merrill Kelly. We still haven't seen Kelly or Gallen go.
Right.
There could be other spicy ones coming down. Don't know what, but man, there's something cooking right now.
I don't think.
Let me put this.
I just don't think Mike is on until Jeff or somebody gets on that one. The Rangers have been interested in buying, so trading Adolis away doesn't feel like the move. So, we'll see.
Maybe. I mean, if you're getting a guy like Vientos, like, is it really selling if you're doing that?
Two guys who've been disappointing this year, but have been great in years past. It makes some sense, but that would be awfully strange. I don't know that in fact, I don't believe it. I'm gonna say until we get a report from someone else on that, I do not believe it.
I understand the skepticism. It is very weird source season, so I very much understand that. But man, does that give us a little bit of a weird bit? But maybe before everything else breaks down, let's use this as the opportunity to talk about David Bednar.
Yay!
Because we still haven't got there yet. And Freddie Fermin, because if we want to move to happen, we just talk about those two because it happens. So let's do David Bednar to the Yankees. We talked about the prospects before, but what do you think about the Bednar slotting in there with the Yankees?
So first of all, remember David Bednar got sent to the minors last year. He had a 5.77 ERA in 2024. He was terrible to the point that it was a question of whether he would even be tendered a contract to start this season. Ultimately, he was renewed by the Pirates, and they started out the year. He was bad. They sent him down again early in the year. Since he came back, he has pitched to a tune of a 2.37 ERA. The fastball is at 97 miles an hour, which is how it's been his whole career. 196 FIP. He's been one of the most valuable relief pitchers in all of baseball. 17 saves. The number is only there because he's playing on the Pirates. He doesn't get a whole ton of saved opportunities because they just don't win as many games. David Bednar is definitely one of the best relievers to go at this deadline. And as we mentioned, right, we talked about the prospects. I think that the Pirates have done a really good job of selling for interesting and intriguing prospects. But for the Yankees, that's a lot of prospects that you've sent out for your bullpen. Remember they traded, Caleb Durbin and
Brian McTaggart. Sorry, Brian McTaggart. The Astros have agreed to reacquire Carlos Correa in a trade with the Twins.
But doesn't that have to still go through Correa? Doesn't he have to accept the no trade?
You would already assume that he's waived that. Brian McTaggart is very good with Houston Astros stuff.
Yep. So there it is.
Correa. It hasn't popped up on our screen because McTaggart's not someone. We don't have a lot of the local reporters, but I'm sure one of the big names will have it here.
We can add
soon.
it. We can add it at some point, but yeah. Oh, great. Ivy Futures put in our Discord. Wow, in all caps. So that's
Yeah.
probably the one.
Yep. So Carlos Correa back to Houston. What this I would imagine to play third base at this point. That probably makes when Paredes comes back next year the first base option. There it is by Mark Feinstein.
There it is.
Retweeted it.
Wow. Still haven't been able to talk about David Bednar, man.
I say let's talk about Bednar and trades happen. Because we need to we need to see. Wait, sorry, what?
What do we got?
Okay. No, sorry. I'm looking at something else. Making sure that it was
Jeff. It's Jet official.
It is Jeff official.
Woo.
That's crazy. That is definitely a thing. You would assume this means Paredes probably goes to first base next year.
Yeah.
And Correa becomes your long-term third baseman again.
Mm-hmm. And Pena, man, short. Altuve
that's still a second. He's been playing second.
Altuve has
Yeah. They have Bryce Matthews, but
that left field thing was. I'm glad they got it back second.
He's been playing a little bit of there everywhere, but I'm interested to see what this deal is because financially there's a bunch of stuff that hurdles that had to be done there. But if the Twins are trading Correa, it almost seems like you're going in sell-off mode. Like like that's
multiple years.
That's multiple years. I get that, like maybe it opens up money for you with a potential new ownership coming in eventually, but that seems very weird unless you're actually being willing to sell other pieces.
And one piece that we didn't mention when we were going for other potential trade targets was Joe Ryan. Theoretically, also Pablo Lopez is on their books for a few years, and he's injured right now. But again, if like you're saying, selling off Correa is a kind of a declaration of, I don't want to call it a declaration of futility, but you are not willing to. You're not going to be, I think, competing at nearly the same high level if you don't have Carlos Correa on your team next couple of seasons. Like he's been injured, and the injuries have kind of cost him some effectiveness, and that was part of the reason those deals were nixed with the Giants and the Mets originally. But you want to have him on your team regardless. I feel like that's very much a given at this point. He's still a good baseball player with generational upside if he gets healthy and everything goes right. Like that's somebody, if you're competing, you want him on your team. Twins have a lot of interesting pieces that under control for years that if they're sacrificing the near-term couple of years, they could turn into a longer term significant, I want to call it a rebuild, but like a significant turnaround. I mentioned Ryan, Lopez. We talked about Griffin Jackson, Louis Varland, both. All of that, like the position players, I think could theoretically be on the move. In that case, Buxton is under contract for a long time, so probably not him.
And he's got a full no trade.
Right. Buxton's, I think, not going anywhere, but you probably got 3 or 4 more good years in Buxton. So you probably want to target like 2 years in the future to be good 3 years from now, so that Buxton's still around and still good. So then that's where I'm like, a Griffin Jax, he's going to be gone in 2 years. You probably want to move him then. Joe Ryan's going to be gone in 2 years. You probably want to move him. And their value's not going to get higher than it is right now.
Yeah, I agree. If you're selling off Correa, it almost feels like you should be in full sell mode. Then at least get what you can get from some high pieces. It doesn't look like the Adolis Garcia thing is a factual statement.
Yeah, I think Mike just got mixed up between SETI and Adolis.
Well, I mean, it's 2 different teams.
We have not mentioned Willie Castro.
Yeah, that's another one that will be traded.
He should be traded today.
I mean, hold on, Willie, because Willie, because now that you just traded Correa, he slots in as your shortstop.
He's a rental though. He's up at the end of this year.
You could try to re-sign him. You could try to work out an extension now that you don't have Correa.
depends on how much money. We don't know the money that's changed hands yet. So now I'm very, that'll be, I think, the next big piece to see what happens here. Jeff has updated, but I don't.
It's not a
Yeah, it's
not a package.
It's noted that Correa already waived the no trade to go back to Houston,
which had been rumored that he had basically told people that he would do that ahead of time.
Mm-hmm.
I want to see, this is the part that gets it. They revisited and bridged the gap because it looked dead 24 hours ago. I want to know what that means.
Yeah.
Like, what financially does that mean, right? Like, does that mean major pieces? Did the Twins give this away money-wise? Like, was it about taking on a certain amount of contract here? Like, what was it that was dead and now that it's not dead? That's the thing that's going to be. Money had been the hang-up. So from Joel Sherman, Correa from the Twins, that money had been the hang-up. So interesting to see what the full deal is, since Correa is owed $12 million more this year and $3 million and 92, or 3 years 92 after.
Let's go ahead and switch over to Correa's Fangraphs page. I think that's the first thing we need to do here, because Correa has really struggled.
He has
this year. But that's a guy you believe in, right? Like, look at what he did last year. 4.2 WAR, 155 WRC plus in 86 games. I know he struggled this year, but I talked earlier about you don't want to trade for hope, right? And you're doing that, but I feel a lot stronger about trading for hope when it's hoping a guy that is a former All-Star, former MVP candidate can get back to that form.
Yeah,
he probably can. Especially if you're taking him off a shortstop and playing him more at third base, trying to alleviate some of the pressure on, covering that big time range.
Yeah.
I think Correa can do it. And, if you're planning for 120, 130 games from a guy at this level, I think that's probably okay.
Yeah.
So, yeah,
it is,
I'm also, let's see what this package looks like.
Yeah, that's what we need.
Houston has a genuinely terrible farm system. It is one of the worst in baseball. Bryce Matthews is their number one prospect. He is currently at the major league level. The number two prospect is Jacob Melton. He's currently at the major league level. Walter Yannick is number 3. He was the first round pick 2 years ago. After that, it is a whole lot of guys that I've never heard of, that you've never heard of, nobody's ever heard of. So,
well, what's another part is interesting here is, let's see if it's updated now. John Heyman just put out that Houston is now trying hard for one of the big starters, Merrill Kelly, Sandy Alcantara, Dylan Cease, and they are also still involved in Stephen Kwan talks.
What the heck?
Right here.
Hey, that Houston's going for it, man. I love it.
I would assume that Spencer Arrighetti has to be somewhere in one of these trades. I doubt for Carlos Correa, but if they're going for a bigger starter, I would assume Spencer Arrighetti has to be in that.
That makes sense.
Or if you're going for Kwan, I don't know the level of pieces that they have for Kwan. If the initial ask has been what the ask has been, we will see. And there's the confirmation from Mindset. Carlos Correa will play third base. Makes sense.
Yeah, Morosi said he agreed to play third base. It's like right to the right there.
Yeah, it's gonna be that. So.
Wow, that's one. And yesterday we thought that was not going to happen. This trade was not going to happen. We didn't even mention it when we threw around some names that we thought still could get moved today.
Yeah, because we basically had heard that this was dead, right? Right. It was only to one place. So it's going to be Red Sox pushing for starters. Of course, they need a starter.
Yeah. So I would say, we talked. Adam had earlier mentioned, rolling into more teams. Let's toss some of the teams that are still going to need some stuff, because we've seen a lot of holes get filled. The open slots are the Cubs still need a starting pitcher, and presumably a big one. Red Sox still need a starting pitcher. Obviously, Houston's now looking at starting pitching.
Yeah.
There's a lot of guys, but there's not a whole lot of those rental types. I'm sure Arizona's holding out for a bigger package from Merrill Kelly or Gallen, and to try and get one of these teams to bite on whatever their high ask is. You've got the Yankees. I think the Yankees are probably also going to get into that market, but they've spent a lot of prospect capital on the bullpen over the last couple of days. So, all right. Bob said, major league players involved. Maybe Arrighetti is involved in this.
So this one is just for my boss because he said to do it so he knows I could see him. He wants me to flip him off on camera. So there you go, because he just texted me. Hope you're watching, Dan. Thanks for there. Other major league players involved. That's in a mega deal. Is this a 3-teamer? Is this like I don't know. I don't know.
I'm trying to identify major league pieces. I mean, if major league pieces are involved from Houston, I mean that really could be any of these guys.
Let's go to this. Let's go to roster resource and let's see if we can break it down.
Wow. And all because we try to talk about David Bednar.
Dude, I'm telling you, we should just every time we want to trade, just go to David Bednar. If we're talking about what pieces, because you're thinking obviously Minnesota would want long-term pieces, right? So it's not going to be a Taylor Trammell. It's not going to be a Caratini. You're not getting Cam Smith here, Yainer Diaz. Like maybe you're getting a Jacob Melton, but you just traded for another center fielder, right? You're not getting Dubon. Like, are you getting Bryce Matthews? But you already have a logjam of infielders as it is. Like, and if you're taking on money, like if money is the deal, what level of prospect are we doing here, right? You're not. I don't think you're going to get an Arrighetti. I don't think you're going to get anyone really that.
What the Astros have a whole lot of those very interesting starting pitcher options.
Yeah,
kind of wonder if one of those doesn't go in this deal. A JP France, I don't know about Garcia or Javier.
I mean, Javier's working his way back. He's almost back. Maybe they want a starting pitcher. He is 28, but like, would they trade Wesneski? But like, he just underwent Tommy John.
Yeah, he just did. Tommy
so like, I doubt it. Like, I don't know. This is very weird.
Yeah,
this is the best part about like doing this live is we're trying to figure this all out as it goes.
This is usually the stuff we just sit and type in our chat.
Yeah,
like wait,
who
is this for? What are we doing?
Each other. Now you're seeing us do it live. I mean, if they're competing, you're not going to do anything anybody major big to you, right? And I feel like Arrighetti's one of their best options, so I don't feel like you trade him for Correa if you're trying to get another starter or another. Like if you're getting Kwan, like Arrighetti has to be in the deal for Kwan. If you're getting another starting pitcher like Sandy, you figure like Arrighetti would have to be in that deal, right? Arrighetti's probably not a deal for like Merrill Kelly, but you're doing a lot of other stuff. You're going to need probably Arrighetti in there. So there's really no update here yet either. We're still kind of waiting.
Yeah, this one is a big time mystery deal for sure. It's the kind of deal that's probably got a lot of layers on it with regard to the money, with regard to the potential return. I really don't know if this is like the type of deal that involves like a big player package coming back, or if it involves like a monetary player, like it's one of those guys that's owed significant money on Houston or something to that effect, where it's kind of offsetting the salary.
We'll have to see. There's also a thing that maybe Houston, is acquiring Jesus Sanchez.
So maybe they are moving like Jacob Melton.
Craig Mish reported it, and if he reports anything Miami Marlins,
he knows.
He knows. So looks like Jesus Sanchez is going to the Astros. That's a left fielder.
That's
maybe we go to outfield.
Surely it's not Cam Smith, right?
No, I don't think you're trading Cam Smith.
Surely not, right?
No.
That would be funny, though.
So Astros are acquiring Jesus Sanchez from the Marlins for Ryan Gusto. So starting pitcher Ryan Gusto, who's in their rotation right now, 26-year-old. Not had a great this part. Texas Rangers are acquiring Danny Colomb from Minnesota Twins. We're getting
that's a thing. That's a new one.
So with them trading a starting pitcher for a bat, that makes me think they're going to get another starting pitcher. Might be Merrill Kelly, might be something, but we gotta still see what the Correa move is.
Yeah, this is a whole lot of the reporting. This is where the deadline, as we get closer to the actual deadline. Oh, just kidding. Yeah, Jesus Sanchez for Ryan Gusto. There we go.
Yeah, I said
Just
that.
toss that in. Yeah. Okay. I was gonna say, well, a lot of the total deals aren't necessarily put in, but there you go, Ryan Gusto,
Yeah.
who is Major
Well,
League.
I just had it pulled up right here. He's 26.
Yeah.
He's a major league guy. He
There we
hasn't
go.
been great so far this year, but he's a young starter with a bunch of control.
How long is Sanchez under control for?
We can go right here. Let's go that. Let's go to Marlins.
I think he's 2 more years, a year and a half after this. 2028, so 3 more years.
Heyman just put they're negotiating on several pitching fronts right now, but Astros still have a real shot to acquire Cease. Dude, I don't know what they're doing. Like, how are you getting Correa, Sanchez, Cease?
Very odd.
Like, are you flipping Jesus Sanchez to the Padres for Cease? Like, they want an outfielder, they want a left fielder. Okay, so that's the same thing.
I like how we both looked at it. We got the notification for Columbus. Looked and checked.
I'm not gonna lie, I thought that said Danny Duffy, and I was like, "What?
Oh, he's back! He's back!"
So I don't know. Like, maybe that's a thing. I'm trying to think like how you get Cease, because the Padres are going to want something that they are using now. So, and as Ty said, they're reuniting the cheaters. Yeah,
that's right.
They are.
Verlander can come back too. Theoretically,
right? Yeah. We are an hour and 38 minutes from the deadline at this moment, so there's still plenty of time for all of this craziness to happen. And we are just spouting off, trying to figure out how this makes any sense in total. But yeah, I mean, like, what if you're the Astros? What are you giving the Padres to make it worthy of trading Cease away? That makes, like, because they're going to want stuff for their team now. It's obviously not bullpen. They got bullpen. It has to be.
It has to be like Javier.
They got a catcher. Like, you're not getting Yonir Diaz probably. They just got Fermin.
Right.
Like, it has to be an outfielder, right? Because that's where else they want. You're not trading a starter for a starter. I don't think so, at least. Like, so who are you? Is it Jacob Melton? Like, I don't know. Like, Chas McCormick?
That's just not enough.
It's not. That's what I'm trying to say. Like,
the Astros are
Sanchez.
But even if they did, like, Sanchez isn't enough. Like, he's not that good. These other teams in the hunt, even for a Dylan Cease, have better, AAA like options with a little more upside that could step in and play right now. Like, I don't know, man. The Astros are in such a weird spot because that team, that work farm system is so bad that the fact that they're even getting a Jesus Sanchez is shocking. And, Gusto is, he's okay, but it's fine. Like,
yeah, I don't love Gusto for Sanchez. Straight up.
Like, in terms of from the Marlins side, like, because I don't think. I think you could have gotten a little more for Sanchez than
that's my thought.
4 or 5.
You've held out on Sanchez for a couple years now on trading him, and you get, like, this is what you get: Ryan Gusto, a 26-year-old guy who's like barely breaking in. Like, I feel like you could have got more over time. So, or in the past couple years. So we'll see. Astros are working hard to acquire Dylan Cease from Ken Rosenthal.
What the heck, man? It's gotta be Sanchez and, like, Arrighetti. Just that in terms of
both. I don't think, like, you got to think Cease is a rental still at the end of the day. Yeah. So.
Right, but even, like, Shane Bieber hasn't pitched once this year, and he went for a top 150 prospect. Like,
sure, but he also has the other year. He does have the second year availability.
Well, that's player option. I don't think that's. I don't think that's actually anything.
Whoa. Yeah, so we're just waiting because we're speculating here, but we just don't know.
It's time. In order to get the return, we must talk about David Bednar again. My concern with regard to Bednar and Jake Bird is that the Yankees have spent a lot of legitimate prospects and major league pieces on the bullpen, and it has largely not been working. This process is not sustainable. It's not something you can do. You have to be able to reclaim guys off of, I'll call it the scrap heap, right? It's the like the Cubs did this with Drew Pomeranz, Chris Flexen. You just have to find the guy that you can make the tiny tweak to get 20 good innings out of, right? And ultimately, you might have to DFA that guy in the middle of the season anyway, right? He might only have 20 good innings in him, but you've got to be able to get those bullpen innings out of him. You can't sit here and be playing. Okay, we got a new update from Craig Mish there. Oh, and a new update from Isaac Azut.
Yeah, so it looks like the Marlins are getting...
Every time we talk about the Bednar thing.
Yeah, they're receiving 2 more players on top of Augusto. Outfield prospect, Esmail Valencia, and looks like Chase Jarowski, who is the number 13 in the system of the Astros, apparently.
Yeah, got Jarowski. He's like a no power guy. Like a shortstop with 40 power and a 360 slugging at high A. So as a 21-year-old, that is how very Nick Madrigal of him.
Great player. I am a Chase Jarowski fan now.
He's bigger than Nick Madrigal by a pretty significant margin, and he's a lefty. Which at least it looks like he's also a pretty good defensive shortstop and or second baseman. But again, there's a reason this guy isn't he's number 13 in a bad system. Like he's not a particularly interesting option.
Yeah. Yeah. Man, this is all popping off finally. All right, so Bednar, we basically hit on what we need.
I think we did finally finish Bednar, right?
Oh, Ryan O'Hearn.
Just kidding, we're good. I didn't I? No, I didn't say that. It was somebody else.
There's that one. San Diego Padres are acquiring Ryan O'Hearn to the Baltimore Orioles. I had him to the Red Sox. That was my thought.
Yeah.
That was from Robert Murray, our friend. You'll see it pop up here.
Heck yeah.
Second. Okay. I would assume he's going to play left field for them. Like I would assume that's their left fielder.
Maybe. It's a hitter. They needed a hitter. I mean, they were going to do Zuna too. Like they were always going to get somebody to slot in there. Yeah. I mean, maybe they force Luis Arias to play some outfield or something. I don't know.
Ooh. Yeah. I think O'Hearn's probably better playing outfield than Luis Arias.
It's not good. None of it's good, but
so that'll be interesting. That probably takes them out of like the Quan sweepstakes.
Probably
they have been hard in that. We'll see. There's been the rumors that he's increasingly likely to get traded today.
I feel like the dang Guardians are holding a price unrealistic for Stephen Kwan, given that we got word that the talks between the Padres and the Guardians were revolving around DeVries for Kwan. And I like Kwan. I think
that's true.
I think Kwan is a really good player, but that is a little bit on the unrealistic side of return for Stephen Kwan. Like you probably get a good prospect for him because he's just the kind of player that you can't necessarily bet on moving forward.
Oh, and it's Ramon Laureano for John Heyman.
There's your outfielder. Okay. Again, who are they trading to get these guys?
Passon has it as well. O'Hearn and Laureano.
All right.
So let's go look at the Padres system because boy, oh boy. All right. So Burgert already got traded there. If they're holding a high price, like talking about Kyle Hightower, are we talking? I don't think you're going to get cash.
Is this a Cash Mayfield?
I don't think you're going to get cash.
For 2 rentals. I mean, maybe. But...
Yeah, no, I don't think so. But I mean, I could be wrong. AJ Preller is a madman.
I
think Cobb Hightower maybe look down. Tyson Neighbors, Ornelas.
Who was there?
Like, I'm trying to see like if
Can't-
we
can't
get any other.
you can't trade guys who were just drafted.
Well, neither one of those were just drafted.
I know. I was thinking who was their first rounder this year, but
Oh yeah. Well, let's do this because this allows us to kind of go into it.
mm-hmm.
Let's talk about the Freddie for me because that's with the Padres.
Let's start
right?
there. Yep.
And if I get the note or the return, I'll kind of go in there. So Freddie Fermin has like a 648 OPS or something, 600 OPS stuff. His metrics look terrible this year. I'm a big Bergert fan. He pitched very well against the Dodgers before, but I mean, they were running out Elias Diaz and Martin Maldonado. So what's your read on Fermin there for the package?
The Padres needed a catcher. They've been hunting a catcher for a couple of seasons now, and it's pretty obvious to me that they were kind of going to stop at nothing to get one. The good news about Freddie Fermin is that he's been a better hitter in years past than, behind this year. The power's gone away this year. That's concerning, right? That's kind of the thing that happens with catchers, right? These age 30 already. But he's a good catcher as far as we know, a good defender, good game caller, well regarded, but he's not a great upgraded hitter. This allows you to upgrade on Martin Maldonado. I feel like anything positive is a big upgrade, but this seems like a bit of a high price to pay. Even though, you're probably comfortable slotting Fermin at least into backup catcher for the next 3 seasons. It's tough. It's a tough spot. I think I'm with you on the return. I think the starting pitchers are good. A little better than maybe the Padres. Again, the Padres, I think, feel comfortable with dealing from their depth because they just picked up the JP Sears, the Mason Miller, they're making these big moves. They're comfortable with dealing from depth to get what they need and fill out this roster. The thing I said in our Padres season preview was this roster just feels incomplete and it doesn't feel like they have enough space to go out and make those moves. They have to sacrifice a little to get there. Would Freddie Fermin have been my number one catcher option? I mean, maybe not, but there really wasn't any other catchers even remotely available. Like
that's true. Yeah.
You just have to pay. The price was the price. They just went out and got their catcher. Maybe Freddie Fermin can turn it on in a playoff race here. I think they'll keep Elias Diaz around. Diaz is still at least a decent hitter. Like overall, you don't need the catcher position to be amazing. You just need it to be, solid. And Fermin has in his career been solid. This year, he hasn't been nearly as good, but I ultimately it looks like he's kind of the same guy. He's just got to hit the ball a little harder maybe. But again, he's a catcher for first and a hitter second. And that's kind of the way it's operating these days. So,
right. Well, let's analyze the fit of at least O'Hearn and Laureano there.
Yep.
Right. Laureano, I'm assuming, then plays your left field, I would assume.
Yep.
Maybe you platoon Laureano and O'Hearn in left field. I could see them doing that very easily. So we'll have to see.
I think Laureano definitely plays left field. I
don't think you're moving Arias off of first at this moment.
No.
And he's not a guy I want to DH either.
Yeah. I think the solution is pretty straightforward. It's you sit Sheets against righties and you hit O'Hearn and Laureano against everybody else. And then Sheets plays and O'Hearn plays against the righties. Is probably what they do.
Yeah.
There's flexibility over there. I think now for the manager is the old starts with the Q, right? Or Schilt, Mike Schilt, right? It's Mike Schilt. That's it. The old Cardinals manager is Mike Schilt's the manager over there. I think he's got a lot of flexibility with the pieces there. It was a big time upgrade from Jason Hayward, who got DFA'd, and anybody else they've run out there in left field. Like I think any of those two guys are better than trying to stuff Gavin Sheets out there. The Padres are definitely in a better spot now with this deal. I just now this takes Jesus Sanchez completely out of the equation. So what on earth could they possibly be trading Dylan Cease to the Astros for?
And also, like, if you have basically you have Ryan O'Hearn, but Ryan O'Hearn is like better Gavin Sheets. But like, what are you gonna do with Sheets? Like, you're not gonna have him play at the same time as far as everything else, like that. So, and we'll transition over here to he's right at the bottom right here. And welcome Matt
What's up,
in
guys?
as we are trying to break down all of this chaos that is happening right now. But like, you already have Sheets, like O'Hearn and Sheets, and like either way, so you're not gonna like they kind of contradict each other. So are you gonna try and maybe move Sheets, like or what? Like that's where I'm really confused at. If you're trading Cease as well, maybe it's like Cease and Sheets to the Astros or something. Like this is very, very confusing on what's happening here. But AJ Preller is a madman.
Yeah, AJ Prowler is crazy. I think that's one the big thing we've learned today.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess I'm just now joining everybody here, so I guess that it's been an interesting day, hasn't it, guys?
It's been
It's been that I would put that lightly.
It's been a lot of fun.
I want to know your thoughts on the Mason Miller, Leo DeVries, JP Sears deal. Because obviously we talked about just about all the trades, and we'll probably touch on the other big ones, but that one is easily the biggest deal of the deadline so far, and I want to know what you think.
Yeah, so my thought on that trade is that I think it makes some sense in the way that I think the Padres right now are desperate because they know that their window is short. They don't have a lot of depth as it is. A lot of their controlled pieces long term are very expensive and getting older. And also with the new ownership situation they're kind of just, it feels a little bit like, I don't know if people watch football here about the New Orleans Saints for like the last like 6 or 8 years just kick the can down the road every year, put themselves in a worse situation for the future to try to gather that one last win, that get to the playoffs and get lucky type thing. And it feels like that's what the Padres are doing, and they're kind of in the same situation where they're not quite deep enough and talented enough to win, but they keep pushing the chips in anyways, and the knowledge that like they're screwed for the next several years after they've probably got 2 or 3 more years left before they are just screwed for the future. So I think that it makes sense in that manner. I will say this though, Mason Miller's a reliever, and you just gave up a top 5 prospect in baseball for a reliever. I mean, the fact of the matter is that even if Mason Miller stays healthy, which is a big question mark, he's had a lot of. I know since he's been with the A's in the major leagues, he has generally been pretty healthy, but his minor league history is of injuries. I know that it's one of those things where you might get 50 to 60 innings out of him a year for the next few years, and Leo DeVries, I mean, he is a prospect, and I don't want to sit here and be accused of being a prospect hugger or something, but I mean, that guy might be like this might be like if you traded James Wood. They traded James Wood just a couple years ago to get in the Juan Soto deal. This might be like if you traded James Wood not for Juan Soto but for a reliever. It's what I'm thinking. I mean, it's that kind of thing. I mean, it reminds me a little bit of like I mean, just kind of as a prospect, it reminds me a little bit of Francisco Lindor. I mean, it's like
that's the comp we came
it's
up
not.
I was like, it can't be Lindor, but
but it's
he does everything really well, and Lindor does everything
exactly.
really well. Now, I mean, Lindor does it at a Hall of Fame level, so it's not the same.
But listen, I mean, I want to tamper expectations on this guy. He's 18 years old. First off, he's 18 years old and he's already in high A, which is difficult enough as it is. Most 18-year-old international free agents aren't even in the United States yet.
Yeah.
And the fact of the matter is he's killing it at high A for that matter. He's got a 120 WRC plus on the season. His plate discipline numbers are elite. Yeah. I mean, he's growing into his body a little bit more, adding a little bit more power, and he's a really good defender, a good base runner. I mean, you say, we don't want to compare him to Lindor. Lindor's a Hall of Famer, but this guy's a top 5 prospect in baseball as an 18-year-old. He might end up being a Hall of Famer. I mean, he's got that kind of high end to his skill set. Now, is he going to be? Probably not. I mean, what percentage of Major League Baseball players are Hall of Famers? He could be Jurickson Profar for all we know.
Right.
But at the same time, it's just one of those
still pretty
things
good. It's still a pretty good player versus
Yeah.
a reliever.
Absolutely, and then the kicker to me is, and they also they did get a decent depth rotation guy in the deal as well, and Sears. I mean, he's not great, but he's a major leaguer, and they really needed pitching depth. The thing that kicks me with it though is that like they also gave up like a couple of other pretty good pitching prospects in the deal as well. I mean, I don't think the Padres system is so barren that I don't really think those prospects are like that high end when you just compare them to the value on the open market. But like I think one of them, I mean, on Pipeline, he was their number 3 prospect in their system. So not only do you give this guy who very well might be like he's a generational type of prospect, whether he ends up being that in the big leagues or not is up for debate. But you also gave up a couple of pretty good pitching prospects. So I mean, I hate this deal for the Padres in the way that like this is one of those things that in 10 years we might be looking back on this as like one of the worst trades ever. I mean, and
all right, so we've had some other couple things come out. So we see Boston Bateman right here is among the prospects going to Baltimore from San Diego. And then a little bit more on the Correa stuff, which we're still that it looks like it's going to be one prospect going to Minnesota. Minnesota is eating some of the money to make it work a little bit more. So this seems more like a get off the money as much as possible there. So we'll see what level of prospect is going to Minnesota when we get that name. But we do have a name, at least in the Baltimore deal, as one of them in Boston Bateman, who is the 4th ranked prospect in the Padres system.
Yeah, click on him. He is 6'8".
Wow,
good boy.
Is Boston
Big
Bateman. That's a super interesting one. It looks like Baltimore is really hunting starting pitching prospects, which I think is wise. They also picked up a bunch of relief prospects, including a guy who throws 105 from the Mets for the Cedric Mullins trade. So I'm like, Baltimore's clearly got a plan here at this deadline, right? They've picked up, I think, some really good future pieces. I think Boston Bateman's the kind of guy. He's an A-ball, right? He's a 19-year-old though. He's 6'8", 19-year-old. Like the upside's all there for that guy at the very least to be a reliever someday. Like
so, Rock Kabako, who is very good at the Orioles stuff, he just put out hearing but not confirmed that the Orioles are getting 6 players back from San Diego in the trade.
That's the rest of their farm system.
Well, if Bateman's the first name leaked, that makes some sense, and that's for Laureano, right? Yeah, it feels like a quantity over quality trade with this guy being the lead guy. I don't think anybody's going to be ahead of Bateman in their system.
Heyman also just put cease to Houston is progressing. Astros might get a reliever as well if deal is completed.
That is
so.
There's just no way.
I don't know. Dude, I'm telling you, what the Padres are doing right now is just wild.
I'm so confused. Like, if you're gonna go here's the thing about the Padres: if you're going to go through with that Mason Miller trade, then go all in. Don't go half in. Go all in. Don't go get pieces for you've made your bed, and you're gonna lay in it when you make that trade. So trading Dylan Cease away is stupid, just plain stupid. Unless they're giving you like a big time major league piece back or something, which would be crazy.
Well, David and I broke that down. We tried to go through it, and we could not figure out who it would be going to San Diego. That makes sense. The reliever might be like someone like Yuki Matsui, who they just have no use for anymore.
Yeah.
That makes a lot of sense, in that aspect. But it's what's going back to San Diego. That's what we still don't know. David and I have been scratching our heads over that. We went through the roster. We tried to figure that out. We can't.
My thing is, what if this is a hope that one of the other teams that's hunting starting pitching is going to jump in here? Heyman's kind of doing the Astros, or maybe not the Astros, doing the Padres bidding a little bit.
Like, we've seen Ken put it too.
Yeah, why wouldn't the Red Sox or the Cubs or the Yankees or one of these other teams, the Tigers, that's hunting starting pitching? Why wouldn't they beat out whatever the Astros have? Nothing. It'd be very beatable with like the 10th ranked prospect in your system. Like, I'm flabbergasted.
We have to see what comes of it. When the deal actually comes down, and we're an hour and 15 minutes away from the deadline. Obviously, that means all deals probably won't be announced for an hour and a half at least. We get deals 15 minutes after sometimes, but
Right.
you also have to wonder if maybe this is like a 3-team deal with Cease to Houston, and maybe they're getting something else from like somebody else, and Houston's flipping something. Like that's the only thing that I can think of, right? Like I don't know. I don't see the fit 1-for-1.
Yeah, I mean,
but
if you're, from my standpoint, if you're the Astros, like you have to be getting back a guy who you think's going to help you the rest of this year for Cease, right? Like, so I'm
for the
thinking that.
Padres,
Right. For the
yeah,
Padres,
yeah.
if you're going to trade Cease, you're going to have to be getting somebody back that's going to help the rest of this year. I mean, there's
Yeah.
no other reason to do it. And I guess the only guys that, I mean, like Jacob Melton. I mean,
But they just required
like
2 outfielders.
I know that's what's so confusing. Bryce Matthews playing the infield. I mean,
They have a stacked infield too.
exactly.
Or like a
It's like
crowded infield.
cutting.
And they have a stacked bullpen at this moment. Like it makes no sense outside of starting pitching, but I don't think they do a 1-for-1 trade. You know what I mean? So that's why I think it might have to be a 3-team deal, because I don't see what Houston has that could make sense. So, and Cerami making a little fun thing at Jed Hoyer there, but like, and there's still so many names to go.
Mm-hmm.
You still have Sandy, Kelly, Gallen. You still have potentially Joe Ryan now. You still have Cease. Like, there's still so many just pitching alone that could go today, with an hour plus left.
Yeah, I think I would like to say one more thing about the Carlos Correa deal.
Mm-hmm.
That's gonna be really cool to see Carlos Correa back in Houston. And it just kind of, I don't know. I'm interested to see if when he gets back there, he is gonna be if he's gonna have a resurgence, being back in Houston, being back where he's been comfortable. And obviously that's a guy that Houston didn't pay, that left, and they get him back now and for a lot cheaper, because apparently the Twins are eating a good bit of money. So I'm going to be very interested to see how that one works out.
The Astros love doing this, right? With Verlander, they did the same thing. Let him leave for money, and then they acquire it later. So next year they're going to get Bregman back, apparently.
Yep.
Looks like, if we're keeping on trajectory there. But yeah, I mean, it's so much fun, but at the same time, we're just still like, we have no idea where to even attack at this moment, because we're waiting on so many different shoes to drop to figure some stuff out for us here.
I will say, I'm also monitoring my Cubs Discord. Megan Montemuro, who's one of the best beat folks in Chicago media, she tweeted that I'd advise Cubs fans not to freak out about what the Cubs have or haven't done until the deadline passes. Still a lot of time left. She's very plugged in. So yeah, I'm sure the Cubs fans are listening. They're also like me, kind of hoping for something to drop because they haven't done anything since last night. So, if Megan's saying be patient, I'm going to listen, man. She knows what's going on.
I want to shout out that one other trade that the Astros made, Jesus Sanchez. I don't know if y'all talked about that much. Jesus Sanchez's baseball savant page is really nice.
Yeah.
That is definitely a guy I could see. He's been pretty average at the plate this year, but that is a guy that I could definitely see having some form of a breakout when he gets out of Miami.
Yeah, we have access to the savant page.
There you
Let's
go.
take a look at it.
Pull it on up. I got it up right now here. I mean, that's a pretty nice StatCast page.
His problem's always been the whiff, the chase, the ability to continually make that contact with that elite bat speed.
Yeah, it is, but at the same time, like his whiff is kind of it's kind of average now, whereas in the past it's been, it's been a limiting factor. If you look at like last year, his whiff rates were like his chase rate was in the 9th percentile, his whiff rate was in the 12th percentile. This year, he's more of like an average whiff guy. So I definitely think that, there's been some actual improvements made there, and he could end up having a really good second half or couple of months here with the Astros. He's also
Yeah.
still. I mean, he's only 27
Mhm.
years old. He's not that
Oh,
old.
yeah.
It feels like he's been around forever.
Yeah. No, I mean, it'll be interesting, to say the least. So let's go back right here because Heyman has said Yankees are still talking to teams
Mhm.
about starting pitching.
Yeah.
So no word yet on anything close, but again, they're a team that we talked about. There's Gallen, there's Kelly, Sandy. I mean, there's a bunch of different names that could still go at the deadline here. So if we're looking at the Yankees for starting pitching, who do you guys think that's out there that kind of fits that mold?
I mean, if I'm the Yankees, I don't think I go for somebody that's controllable long term necessarily. I mean, I don't know that I overpay for a controllable arm. You've got a couple guys that have been injured, guys like Garrett Cole, who you need to replace for the rest of this year. But
Mhm.
next year you'll have him back. Like, obviously, like Max Fried is controlled long term. Luis Gil, who just came back, is controlled long term. I believe Clark Schmidt is controlled long term still.
He's got a
Um,
couple more years.
he's got a couple
Yeah.
more years. So I definitely think it would have to be a rental. I don't know if it would be a high end guy.
I mean, I will say Schmidt just underwent Tommy John, so
That
he's
is true.
out.
Yeah.
Cole will be out probably
Early next year.
early next year as well.
Oh,
So it could be someone who has a couple more years of control.
I've got the fit for the Yankees. It is Andrew Heaney from the Pirates. That's the one I think the Yankees go
Yeah.
for. Little bit further down the, like starting pitcher like ladder, but the type of guy that's kind of interesting and could still be
He
attractive
did
in your
Yeah, I was gonna
playoff
say
rotation.
that
did
would
that
make
once.
I was gonna say that would make a lot of sense, but I think there was a lot of like animosity between them when he left.
Yeah.
He's on the Yankees?
Yeah.
Yes,
Oh,
he
boy.
was for like a half
missed
season.
that.
He was terrible with the Yankees.
Yeah.
Never mind on that. Maybe it's Bailey Falter instead.
Yeah, that would make sense. It's somebody in that realm. I would think.
Or
Yeah.
Merrill Kelly, maybe Kelly makes sense.
I think Merrill
Gallen,
Kelly is
yeah.
I think Merrill Kelly is the best available rental starting pitcher
think so,
remaining
yeah.
because I don't think Cease is theoretically available.
Yeah,
Like,
I'll be shocked if Cease actually gets moved.
that
man.
feels
There's so
like,
much rumors around it though.
There's so many rumors, but man, that I'm still believe it when I see it mode with that.
Yeah.
I think I'd be shocked.
I want to go to Merrill Kelly if we can pull up like his Fangraphs page or maybe his Savant page, one of the two. But that is a guy that if your team is hunting the starting pitcher, the rental starting pitcher, you're worried about, are you going to give up like one of your best prospects? Like if there's a guy that you're going to give up your best prospects for me, it's this guy. He has been so consistently good since being with Arizona over the last couple of years. Like every year that ERA is in the threes. He was a playoff performer in that World Series run. Like that's the guy you're feeling comfortable with starting game 2 of your series pretty much every single time. And he's done it before in the playoffs. Like Damian, if you expand for the postseason, like that 2023 run, he had a 2.25 ERA in the playoffs. That's a guy I'm super comfortable with throwing out there. And, 36 years old, like at that point, the pitcher, he's mature. He's been there before. He's not going to get in his own head and lose all his control. And Merrill Kelly's typically got really good control. And I mean, even the strikeout stuff this year has ticked back up from last year. So yeah, I'm definitely on board with the Merrill Kelly acquisition for any of these teams that need a starting pitcher still. And, my wager is that's what Arizona's waiting for. They're waiting for that team to kind of cross the threshold where it's a little more uncomfortable. And a lot of these teams are saying, hey, you got to trade Merrill Kelly. You've already indicated you're selling. You traded your best hitters. You've got to move him. So you got to take our package that we're going to, whatever we've already offered. And it's kind of a staring contest waiting game until the end of the deadline. But I guarantee you, Merrill Kelly's not a Diamondback at the end of today. Gallen could be, because he hasn't pitched as good.
Gallen is a qualifying offer, and
he could get the qualifying offer and might not take it still. But Merrill Kelly's gone after today, 100%.
Let's see. There's Nightingale deep in talks on Dylan Cease, the Astros, as well. So that seems like there's definitely smoke.
Well, I'll tell you, the two guys that I don't believe in the slightest are John Heyman and Dylan Bob Nightingale. But hey, I mean, maybe.
Maybe.
There's so much smoke around it now.
Yeah.
Like you have to think it's real, you know, like
I definitely think it's real in the way that like that's talk that's going on
Mhm.
between
Right.
in front office circles and everything. I think that just I don't know that the um I don't know that means that there's actually a deal that's about to be agreed to though. Like that's kind of the thing that that's definitely something that's being floated. But I don't know, man. Like I say, there's a I guess it could happen, but I'll just be like shocked anyways.
yeah.
Wow.
I mean, I get it. Get it.
Correa, the only team Correa was willing to waive his no trade clause to was the Houston Astros. I envision that in that case, that trade is not particularly impactful. That prospect they mentioned that the
No.
return was, that's just not going to be very much. The leverage was negative. Effectively, the only team they could have possibly traded Correa to was Houston, and Houston got I guess they got lucky to move enough money that Houston was willing to take him on. So,
well, that and Minnesota eating enough money to make it
Right.
happen too. This seemed like Minnesota wanted to get off the money.
Yeah,
They saw an opportunity to get off the money, and they took it, basically. So, well, we're sneaking up on an hour away from the deadline, an hour and 4 minutes as of this moment. So we're still waiting. Oh, what?
Will
San
Wagner.
Diego Padres have acquired Will Wagner from the Blue Jays. They just did that. That's another
All right.
infielder. So, what?
Would he? That's another left-handed hitting guy too.
Yeah.
I was thinking maybe he ends up being like he hadn't been very good this year. I bet that's just a bench bat depth piece type thing because he hadn't been very good, and I mean I know he's got a lot of control left, but
what is happening right now in San Diego?
Okay, Will Wagner,
catcher, I guess.
Yeah.
Minor league catcher. Yeah, I don't know. I mean,
I just don't get it. Like you were already.
That feels like one of those things where that's probably somebody they just kind of they see something in and they like that they might throw in AAA for the rest of the season. And Ryan O'Hearn's gone after this year now that he's there, and I think Gavin Sheets is gone after this year as well, right? So maybe that's an option for next year. That's what that feels like to me. That doesn't feel like much of a but.
Okay, so one trade we definitely didn't cover that we need to mention is the Danny Colomb to the Rangers trade. I want to note that one because we didn't, but I do want to note Danny Colomb because one, the Rangers are buying. We obviously got the fake report, the false report that Adolis was getting traded. That's not true. But with Danny Colomb, that's a very intriguing reliever. He's been on Baltimore. He's been on Minnesota before. This year came back. He is pitching really, really well, but maybe a little bit over his head. Overall, though, I think he's getting deployed in the right situations there in Minnesota. He's that kind of lefty killer. Rangers taking him on. That's huge for their playoff push because the Rangers, I probably still need to go out and get another reliever. If Colomb is it, I don't know that I love the overall look of the Rangers bullpen, but yeah, Danny Colomb is a really big get, and I don't envision that trade is particularly impactful given that's kind of in the same realm of the Andrew Kittredge trade that we talked about earlier. Like it's probably just a very low level lottery ticket type.
Yeah, especially since he's a rental.
Yeah, and if you want to just one last thing on him, if you look in the middle of the page there, the Fangraphs page, and the 2025 stats, 0 home runs allowed. This year in 31 innings. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, that's really good. Of course, the skeptic might say he's due to give up some home runs.
Oh yeah. I mean, he's not, but yeah.
Texas's ballpark has played as one of the toughest to hit in ballparks in Major League Baseball, though. That'll help. I like this move a lot for the Rangers. I've talked about a couple of different moves as kind of my favorite reliever move. This is one of my favorite reliever moves of this deadline for sure. I think it's between this, Bednar, and Kittredge right now in terms of like overall cost plus like effectiveness of the reliever. Like those low level relievers are always good. I do like the Sir Anthony Dominguez to the Blue Jays, but like Danny Colomb to the Rangers for presumably little. it's a pretty good move. Brock Stewart's actually in there too for you, Damien. I think Brock Stewart's got to have a pretty good rest of the season.
Yeah, I mean, and the thing with Stewart is that he has a couple years of control still.
Mm-hmm.
That's very weird, but he still does. So
he's old.
Dude, yeah, like he pitched like 3 different seasons with the Dodgers the first time, and he still has like years of control. It makes no sense. There's an interesting idea. What if Wagner is a piece that's meant to be flipped?
I don't see anything.
I don't see the value in him. Like,
yeah, he's a backup. He's a backup infielder. I don't.
Yeah,
Bryce Matthews will not go to the Marlins or Twins. Okay, that's what we were talking about. We didn't think he'd be a piece in those deals. I just wonder, like, what if he's a thing they flip to maybe Baltimore? Looks like we got another prospect. Brandon Butterworth is another one heading to the Orioles from the Padres.
Time to learn about some prospects.
Yeah, I don't think he's even.
He's not top 30.
Top 30.
No, he's not top 30. So. We'll see.
Brandon Butterworth, you say?
Yep.
He is the 35th ranked prospect on Fangraphs. He's an infielder, a 22-year-old in high A. He's a 12th round pick last year out of NC State.
Well, we are officially under 1 hour until the trade deadline. Still a ton to come happen. And as Ty says right here, is he related to Mrs. Butterworth?
Yes.
Could be. Great grandson? Something? Man. I mean, we're really just kind of waiting for the cease drop or something else. That kind of really helps explain what's going on. Trying to see. I don't see anything else at the moment.
We're still waiting on the prospect that went back to the
Twins.
Went back to the Twins in the Correa deal, and that much I am extremely curious about. We're also still waiting on return for
Colomb.
Yeah, and of course we're waiting on. There's a bunch of big name guys that have been rumored out there still. Stephen Kwan has had a lot of rumors today.
Yeah.
You've got Luis Robert, who there was a rumor that he might not get traded.
Yeah,
but
about that.
He's still there. Guys like Marcelo Zuna is still out there. I don't think he's going to get traded because of the no trade 10-5 rights. It sounds like he's probably not going to waive those, but he's still out there. Maybe he changes his mind here in the last hour. And of course there's some, I guess, guys that would be surprising. Guys like Cease and Joe Ryan is somebody who had been rumored a little bit. Maybe the Pirates have one of their key pieces who sounds like aren't getting moved, but have been floated at times. So there could be some surprises still, but not a lot of time left to do it. A lot of those surprises seem to happen a day before or day of during the, not in the last few minutes, but you never know.
Real quick, while we're waiting on this to happen, Matt, do you want to talk about David Bednar real quick?
David Bednar?
Damien's trying to do it. Every time we try to talk about Bednar, the new trade got announced. We did talk already a lot about Bednar, Matt, but I do want to know what you think about the Phillies and Mets acquiring Joan Duran and Ryan Helsley yesterday, because those are NL East trades, but they're also rental trades where the Braves are not competing for the NL East this year. So what are your thoughts on your kind of team rivals picking up big name relievers?
So I definitely thought that the trade for Joan Duran from the Phillies, I thought that was a pretty good trade. I thought that was pretty fair. I was surprised that the Phillies didn't have to give up, I was kind of surprised they didn't give that. I'm surprised they didn't just give up Painter for that, honestly. I mean, Painter's dealt with a lot of injuries. He hasn't been all that good this year. This is his first year pitching in like 3 years. So, but I think that Eduardo Tate. I don't know how to say his name. Tate. He's pretty good. But I mean, I was not. I thought that was a pretty even trade for the Phillies, and they got a really good reliever, which is something that they desperately needed, like a back end guy.
So hold on real quick from Rosenthal. He just had this update. Toronto Blue just continue to talk with Twins about reliever Griffin Jax and the Guardians about Stephen Kwan. Neither is seen as particularly likely to be traded now. The Dodgers are also talking to the Guardians about Kwan, but consider him a long shot.
Yeah.
Which earlier in the day it was talked about maybe that was more likely to happen.
Right.
But doesn't look so now.
Yeah. And that's one of those things. The Guardians they have no incentive to move him at the deadline right now. It's kind of like one of those like wait till the off season and see what things look like at that point type thing. But yeah, just continuing what I was talking about with the guys in the NL East. I thought that the trade for Helsley was fairly fair.
Oh, Dodgers are acquiring Alex Call from the Nationals.
We did it.
Yeah.
Anytime we want to get a trade through, we just start talking about something else.
That's an interesting one. I know we saw stuff that the Phillies were interested in him. I said after they did the James Outman thing that they were potentially looking for another outfielder. Call's having a decent year. He's not going to bring much power.
Yeah.
But he's having a solid year.
A lot of good on base percentage. Gets on base.
Yeah.
Blocks a ton. Yep.
Big splits guy, I would assume. Yeah. 314 against lefties. 124 WRC plus 115 against righties. So, I mean, he is still pretty solid.
Yep.
So we'll be interested to see what goes to Washington in that deal. But,
yep.
I don't know that it will be particularly interesting. I think Call is pretty low value.
It's kind of he feels like a kind of platoonish outfielder, fourth outfielder type.
Control,
he's got a few years of control. I bet he gets like a top 15 prospect in the Dodgers organization, but not like a top 10, top 5 type. But just kind of finishing up on what I was, talking about with the Helsley stuff. I thought that was a pretty fair trade. Helsley's really, really good. I think that the rental portion of it maybe giving up a guy like Jesus Baez a little bit painful, but I mean, Helsley's an excellent reliever, and the Mets badly needed one. And then I thought the Tyler Rogers trade was just one of the dumbest trades I've ever seen. Tyler Rogers is good, but my God, that was an overpay if I've ever seen one. I was shocked that they paid that for Tyler Rogers, but I'm not a big Blade Tidwell fan either, and I still thought that was an overpay. So yeah, we'll see what happens there. I'm definitely on the I definitely think that both of those teams made themselves better though with those trades. They needed relief help in a bad way, and they both got it. So.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. What were your thoughts on the Suarez deal? Because we didn't get to have you on for that either.
Right.
So Suarez was interesting in the way that we've seen a lot of overpays at this deadline. It feels like. I mean, you just saw the number 3 prospect in all of baseball get moved for a reliever, and then Suarez felt like an underpay to a lot of people.
Mm-hmm.
I think the profile of Suarez as a guy who's really a power hitter only at third base, right-handed bat. Defense has declined. He's a rental, and he had a little bit of an injury scare this week. Obviously, it was hit by pitch type thing. I don't think it's. I don't know. It was the guy that the Diamondbacks really had to move. I do think they got more than they would have gotten with a qualifying offer, getting that draft pick. So I think that was maybe a little bit of an underpay, but maybe the Diamondbacks just really like one of those prospects and value them more than I think the industry maybe does or something. I mean, you see that a lot, and I getting 3 decent-ish prospects for a guy like that is fairly it's fine. So It definitely makes the Mariners better. I think that was a good. That's obviously we've seen him there a bunch in the past, so I think we kind of know what the fit is. But for a team that's kind of chasing that wild cards playoff and to a certain level, still I guess chasing the division. I mean, I think it's gotten a lot closer in the last couple of weeks at least. Definitely a move that was worth making.
Looks like the Nationals are getting 2 pitching prospects from the Dodgers. That was per Mark Feinsand. So would assume
Jackson Ferris.
They got Patrick Copen, Peyton Martin.
I was thinking maybe somebody like a Hyun Seok Jang or Edgardo Henriquez.
I could see
like the top.
I could see Henriquez. He's going to probably be a bullpen arm, not a starter, but he's also up with the major league team at this moment.
Yeah.
I don't know if they trade Jang, but I could see maybe a Swan or a Copen, something right around there.
Or maybe they think River Ryan's just cooked.
I don't think they would trade River Ryan.
Not for
so
yeah, probably maybe a Christian Zazueta,
maybe
somebody like that. I think it'll be at least one guy in that like somewhere in the teens in the system, and then maybe the other one being like a low 20s guy or something.
Yeah. So we'll see there, but obviously we're still waiting on the C stuff. We're still waiting on Sandy. We're still waiting on the Diamondbacks rental starters. We still have the Phil Maton deal to come through. Maybe like Willie Castro. There's still a lot we're waiting on as we are coming up on 45 minutes away from the deadline. We do have a return for Danny Colomb. It is left-handed pitcher Garrett Horn.
Pull him up.
Is it? Yep. Okay, so let's go to the Rangers. Hello. Thank you. Let's see if Horn is in here.
What Horn?
No. Yeah, he's not a top 30 on Pipeline.
Unless he hadn't already been moved in the system, has he? They've been moving pretty quick today.
It just came out right now.
Oh, okay, I gotcha.
And then now we just got the call one, and it is Eric Swan and Sean Paul Leanne. So 16 and 20.
Maybe a little more than I thought, but it's not really that big of a deal in the Dodgers system. Those guys are talented, but Alex Call is pretty low on the totem pole.
Garrett Horn, I looked him up. He's 22 years old. He was drafted last year. He's having a really good year in Texas this year. He's only pitched 24 professional innings, but he's got a 2.92 ERA and he's got great swing and miss numbers. So it looks like a guy that might end up being like a reliever, but I would imagine there's a chance he ends up on some prospect lists at some point. He's a lefty. It's kind of interesting guy there.
Yeah. I want to highlight Ty's comments real quick because talking about Call to the Dodgers, he said, we're doing more than I thought we would. Honestly, I'm here for San Diego going wild. I guess we have to match. I would say it's matching, but I would say you're just trying to, not that you had a need for a fourth outfielder kind of, but I mean, you traded away Outman. It makes sense to go get someone that has a little bit more control there. Yeah.
Well, San Diego has to go wild just to even be in position to maybe be in the playoffs. Like that's the thing. I mean,
and Stewart is just a bullpen arm as well to help fill in there. So, and they're not bad moves, but they're not the moves you typically expect from the Dodgers. But they're if you were paying attention to anything they were talking about at this deadline, this is what you were going to expect. They were not going to go, by all accounts, overboard for anything. So I think they're really confident in who they have at this moment. Heyman is saying that the Rangers are now talking to the D-backs about Merrill Kelly because they had been trying for Cease, but now Morosi's also saying they still remain in negotiations for Cease for the Padres and Astros. So Still more fire around the cease to the Astros thing.
So
but
weird.
we have to see some of the other dominoes start falling here soon.
Mm-hmm.
So
Dylan Cease has the 8th worst walk rate among qualified starters in Major League Baseball this season, which is not good.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think it needs to be reminded to everybody that Dylan Cease is a rental, and he's got an almost 5 ERA on the season.
Yeah, you look at his peripherals;
So
they're
his
way
peripherals
better.
are excellent, but just as in how teams are valuing him, and that different front offices handle things differently. So I don't know what the Padres think about that, but I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, you got Fine Sand now reporting to the Astros are pushing hard to acquire Dylan Cease. So it seems like that's going to be done.
Maybe. Funny, we talked about the ERAs. Sandy Alcantara is the worst qualified ERA of anybody. His FIP much better than that. Zach Gallen is the 2nd worst qualified ERA in baseball. Another guy that may get moved here in the next hour or so. His FIP also much better than that. JP Sears is the 4th worst. He got moved in the Mason Miller deal. Luis Severino's been mentioned as potentially being moved, potentially not. Doesn't appear there are any rumors about him getting moved. I'm guessing he won't. Dylan Cease, 7th worst ERA. Again, FIP much better. Chris Paddock, 8th worst ERA, also got traded to the Tigers. So that's not deterring people, it appears, having the bad ERA with a better FIP, but
I think baseball.
It affects price. I think.
Yeah, but I think most baseball executives nowadays don't ERA watch like fans do.
Mm-hmm.
They have much more information about statistics, and they look at peripherals, and they look at advanced numbers to help them figure out what the real story is based off of that. Like Cease might have almost a 5 ERA, but if he has like a 3.4 expected ERA, they're like, well, it seems like that's my thing. Looks like Tyson Neighbors is also going from San Diego to Baltimore. That was the name that I highlighted when David and I were talking about that at one point as well.
Neighbors went to Baltimore? Okay.
Yeah.
That was one of their decent ones.
Yeah. I think he was a top 10 in their system as well. Nightingale now says Red Sox and Rangers are in strong pursuit of Merrill Kelly with 45 minutes left to the deadline. So, again, Rangers connection with Kelly. We've talked about all day. The Red Sox are in on starting pitching. Expect them to probably do something somewhere. If it's Kelly, Gallen, Sandy, who knows?
Man. So, Matt, are you interested in the Braves moving Raisel Iglesias here before the deadline? I think that's one that probably should happen. How about Pierce Johnson also?
If I was the Braves, I'd move both of those guys. I mean, I'd move anybody that I would definitely move anybody that that's not under contract after this year. Now, obviously, the big question with the Braves has been Ozuna, and that's a little bit more complicated because of the 10-5 stuff, but I don't know why you couldn't move Iglesias. I'm assuming that they're just waiting till the last minute to get the, some of these other relievers out of the way that have been a little higher on the line, and then create some urgency over needing to get, he's the last one out there that can be good. So Pierce Johnson, same way. I know there's been a lot of rumors about Bummer too. I believe Bummer has an option for next year, so the Braves might keep him, but that's a little bit more of a question. But the thing with Iglesias is it's going to be fairly difficult to trade a guy and get literally anything back for a guy that's got like a 6 ERA still, I think. I mean, on the season as a whole, he's been a lot better since the first month. He's got a 5 ERA on the season. He's been better since the first month, but he still hasn't been all that good. So, it's like, I know it's a tough pill to swallow as if you're the Braves front office.
So Gambo, John Gambarado, who's good with Phoenix sports stuff, has been on top of a lot of the Suns moves these offseason, just said that the Diamondbacks are closing on a deal with Texas Rangers for Merrill Kelly.
Yep.
So seems like the Rangers are potentially going to be getting Kelly there. Obviously, there's been some connections, but that's another thing. Usually when Gambo says something about Phoenix sports, it's usually pretty right. So what do you think about the fit with Kelly going to Texas specifically, David?
I love it. I mean, I honestly, Mario Kelly is probably my favorite rental reliever available. We talked about the Dylan Cease thing, how teams they don't really care about the ERA, but like you're still not going to pay huge for like the Cease type guys. Merrill Kelly is the type of guy that you're going to pay a decent amount for here for a rental pitcher, but you're going to get the best, most solid guy available. And there's a reason every single team has been mentioned as a fit for Merrill Kelly, right? Like the Rangers are a great fit for him. A spot where, he just played against him in the World Series a couple of years ago. And now the Rangers can make another run and they'll have him on their side this time. And it fits great.
Is that going to be the oldest starting postseason rotation? With Eovaldi, DeGrom.
It's good. It's really good. It's a good rotation.
Is it going to be the oldest one? And then if like game 4 is going to be like Patrick Corbin or something?
Man. Yeah, Patrick Corbin. He's actually been good. Oh my goodness.
That's what I'm saying. Like that'd be like the oldest starting rotation in the postseason.
We have not confirmed that, by the way. That is just the Phoenix radio guide. None of our typical, guys have necessarily locked it together. So on that one, that's not confirmed, but looks like Merrill Kelly to the Rangers is a thing. That's disappointing from a team looking to buy a potential starting pitcher.
By the way, the Braves guys are reporting that Ozuna is on the field for batting practice. So it sounds like, he's definitely not getting traded.
Doesn't sound like the Braves are doing anything.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know what else they might be. I'm sure they're taking calls on those relievers, but Ozuna probably, and there's a lot of Braves fans melting down over Ozuna right now, but it's like, he's got his 10-5 rights. He can just say no to literally everything. He just, maybe he doesn't want to leave Atlanta and he just wants to say no. He's got the right to do that. He's been in the league long enough. So, there's nothing the Braves front office can do about that. But just, like
he's also been really bad. I mentioned it earlier. He's just been really terrible.
Yeah, he's dealt with injuries for a while. I will say he has started to heat up a little bit lately. So there was some thought that a team might really kind of look into him again. Maybe he's a little bit healthier than he was earlier in the season. He's had a hip injury that's been nagging all year. And really it's zapped his power. That's where you've seen him be different, is that he's not hitting for any power this year compared to like the past few years. His plate discipline numbers are actually the best they've ever been. But, I think the injury has something to do with that, his ability to rotate. And it's been an issue. And combining possible injury with 10-5 rights, and I just don't know that that anything's going to work out with that. So I'm not surprised.
Yeah. Full prospects going from Padres to Orioles: Boston Bateman, Cobb Hightower, which is another one I mentioned, Victor Figueroa, Tyson Neighbors, Brandon Butterworth, and then Tanner Smith. So let's go to the go back to the Padres. Jesus, why is it not picking up? Here we go. So Boston Bateman, they're 4. Cobb Hightower, they're 6. Tyson Neighbors is 13.
Oh my God.
4, 6, 13. Who is
it's worth noting that the Padres 4 and 6 is most teams 14 and 16. I think that's fair to say here.
Victor Figueroa is 30th. 27th is who they traded for, Will Wagner.
Yeah,
but
that's just
this farm system is barren.
Yeah,
it's bad. Other than Salas, who
is not good.
He's definitely underwhelmed. Now, that's potentially the Padres' fault that he's underwhelmed, because they continue for unknown reasons to rush him like way quicker than they should. But I mean, yeah, he hadn't been particularly good. So
Heyman saying Rangers are making a push, and then there's passing.
There's
putting
passing.
it-
Yep.
Putting it out there. So
Merrill Kelly.
Confirmed.
yep. Usually, like I said, usually when Gambo
Wow.
says something about Phoenix area stuff, it's usually on. So we'll see Merrill Kelly with the Diamondbacks. We'll be interested to see what that the return is there, and then what that means if are they going to flip Gallen now? You know?
Excuse me.
So, and let's see where we're at. We got what? 35 minutes left to the deadline. Seems like Quan is unlikely at this point. Seems like Luis Roberts unlikely at this point. We haven't seen any other like rumors on bats right now. Seems like pitching is kind of where we're looking at. Obviously, we're waiting on the Cease news. We just got the Kelly news. Maybe Sandy, maybe Gallen.
Yeah,
You know,
the
is there any
Marlins, the Marlins have been quiet.
Are there any more relievers that are going to move?
The
Like,
Marlins have a whole plethora of good relievers to
I
move.
know.
Cue up the Vince Carter meme. Got one more in me.
Got one more in you.
It's coming. There's got to be one more big one.
So Matt, you want to talk about David Betton? I'm just
We just got Merrill Kelly. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
We did just talk
To get the
about Merrill
return.
Kelly, right? Again, if you're just joining, like Merrill Kelly's really, really good. I really think that is a match made in heaven. And you look at the rotation there: Jacob deGrom game 1, Eovaldi game 2, Merrill Kelly game 3 for the Rangers is really, really strong. And that's going to make things difficult. I think the Rangers still need to go add to the bullpen. I think Danny Colomb is a great addition, but that they are kind of lacking a closer right now. If you want to bring up the Rangers bullpen, like on the Fangraphs depth charts, I think that's a good place for us to go. My assumption is the Rangers need another bullpen arm badly here and are going to need to make that deal down the stretch. I mean, it's Robert Garcia, Sean Armstrong, Colomb, like
They need one more.
They need somebody else.
I will say it's quite impressive that Chris Martin has hurt twice down here.
Yeah, and I don't think he's coming back soon either.
No, I'm just saying it's impressive that he's on there twice.
Yeah,
and Spores probably not either. So I mean, yeah, they could. I mean, is there any one that they could maybe get from Arizona?
well, I was gonna say
Shelby
that,
Miller.
Shelby
Miller's
Miller.
hurt,
I was gonna
but,
say this would be a good option for Pierce Johnson too. They've got the lefties in the back end there. They really got 3 really solid lefties and Garcia, Colomb, and Hobie Milner. Adding a righty with a big curveball in there would be a good addition. But
no, that's a good call.
It seems that Alex Anthopoulos is asleep again, like he was in the offseason. So I don't know if that's going to happen.
Well, maybe they'll get hot and they'll go on a run here, right?
That's right.
That's what he's thinking. Without Ronald Acuna Jr.
Yeah.
But
Braves in their .1 playoff odds.
Definitely. So you're saying there's a chance?
No. I'm right. I'm right. I wrote it off about a month ago, and I'm definitely writing it off now.
I'll tell you, the Cubs folks liked Raisel Iglesias too, like as a take the money and see what happens option.
Yeah,
like he's not been good, but I mean,
as far as this Kelly to the Diamondbacks or to the Rangers news, this would push them over the luxury tax, over the CBT, which is something that they've tried to avoid in the past, especially this year. So I wonder if there's maybe some money, something coming off the books, or that they might look to flip off the books, maybe not in this deal, but on a separate thing, to try and maybe not go over the CBT.
I don't know if y'all saw this note earlier from Pipeline, but Leo DeVries is the second highest rated prospect to ever be traded in the 21 years that they've been doing rankings on MLB Pipeline. Yoan Moncada was the highest Chris Sale deal, and he's actually tied for second with Lucas Giolito, who was in the Adam Eaton deal, which is kind
Yeah.
of crazy, and Will Myers, which was the Wade Davis James Shields deal. So that was a pretty good trade for the
Willie
Royals.
Castro
Actually,
to the Cubs.
there
There's
you
that.
go. There you go, David.
And
The Cubs have made an acquisition.
Jack Curry also just said that Oswald Peraza has been traded to the Angels from the Yankees.
Whoa. Okay.
That's interesting.
So, Willie Castro is a really interesting one. David, you were talking about him earlier.
Yeah, let's pull him up. I think that's a good one to jump in on. We'll hit on him here for the Cubs fans because we've been talking about Willie Castro for a long time. That's a really obvious fit. The Cubs tried to get somebody in this mold that could play both third base and other positions, especially the outfield with a Vidal Brujan this offseason. That just did not work. Brujan was pretty terrible. But Willie Castro is a really solid player. He's been right above league average every season, providing really good versatility, playing all over the diamond. This year he's been playing a lot of second base. For the Twins. He won't need to be playing second base for the Cubs. I think he'll mostly play third base, but also I think the ability to spell like Pete Crow Armstrong in center field a couple of times down the stretch here is probably going to be really useful. Yeah, I mean, I doubt this deal is particularly impactful out of the Cubs farm system. Willie's a free agent at the end of the season, owed some real money, but not a ton. Middle group of prospects probably is where I'm thinking. But yeah, I mean, this was a deal we've been talking about for a long time. Our friend Ivy Futures at Ivy Futures, Greg Zumack, has been talking about it forever. So this is a good one. I think everybody should be pretty excited about this guy. He's just rock solid, utility player, the kind of guy that can spell Matt Shaw. He can spell Pete Armstrong. He can spell Nico Horner. He can spell Dansby Swanson. So he'll play all over. He'll give everybody some room. This is exciting.
Yeah, and that's where I agree with you on that, David. I think you look at guys like Willie Castro. Every team needs a guy like that, and I think that's something that's gotten a little bit undervalued in recent years. There's a lot of these just massive trades at the deadline, stacking guys that in the pitching rotation, the bullpen, power bats, whatever, and having a guy who can get some spell for other players is really nice. It's especially like a lot of the Cubs guys have dealt with some injuries at some points in their careers too. I know they just had that scare with Ian Happ in left field. Nico Horner, wasn't he dealing with an injury for a good bit of this year?
No, the question was at the beginning of the year. He's been basically
that's what I meant. Yeah. He was injured at the beginning of the year. So, and then Dansby Swanson was banged up last year a good bit, right? I mean, that's just the kind of thing that can torpedo a really successful season is if you start getting guys injured and having guys like Willie Castro to come in and keep guys fresh and and not be a liability for 10 games if you need to sit somebody that's a big acquisition. And he also can pinch run too. I mean, he's got pretty good base running numbers. So.
They just DFA'd Vidal Brujan, who'd been their kind of de facto pinch runner all season. Pretty easy that Willie steps into that role, but I think he takes more of he plays probably 5 of 7 days a week and just spells everybody around the field. Just utilize that utility all the way through the rest of the season, keep everybody fresh.
Yep, he's really. I believe he hits really well against lefties as well.
Yes,
so 131 and that's WRC plus against lefties.
That's what the Cubs have really struggled with too. You got Michael Busch lefty, PCA lefty. Happ is a little worse versus righties. Tucker's lefty. Like the righties have not been nearly as good. Willie Castro definitely, steps up the game against the left-handed pitchers.
Yeah. So a couple of things that have come out. Looks like 3 pitching prospects to the Diamondbacks. Don't know who exactly yet from the Rangers, but do know 3 pitching prospects. Still looks like the Astros are still talking to that about Dylan Cease while also trying to look in the reliever market. And as Morosi said right here, the Red Sox have made a late effort to acquire Joe Ryan from Minnesota Twins. We saw the sell-off. We knew they would be interested in Joe Ryan, just didn't know if someone would meet that price. So it will be interesting. They've also been in on like Sandy Alcantara and other names as well from the starting pitching side. So that's just some stuff to look out for when we get the return of the three guys for Arizona.
I'm looking at the Rangers system. I mean, I don't think this is Alejandro Rosario who got Tommy John at the beginning of the year. He's number 3. Their number 3 prospect.
It wouldn't be anybody close to that.
And maybe Emiliano Teodo.
If there's 3, Teodo maybe.
Cole
Drake, David Hageman, and someone else.
That's the guy I was going to say was Cole Drake.
There you go. Yeah, he was number 5 for the number 5 for the Rangers on Pipeline. Looks like a former 11th rounder, 25-year-old, 6'5", pretty reasonable prospect, but I don't think with like a huge ceiling or anything.
Yeah, this farm system is pretty good in general.
Francis, I don't know if this is going to come up on our thing. Francis Romero just said the Twins are in sell mode and are expected to trade Joe Ryan.
I would not be surprised. It's not going to pop up here, but
I'm going fan mode. Jed Hoyer needs to go get Joe Ryan right now. If that's remotely an option, that needs to happen.
Yeah, well, apparently Jed Hoyer doesn't want to trade any prospects. The
AAA team needs to be gutted, I think.
From people that are on like Chicago sports. So yeah,
Jesse Rogers isn't plugged into Chicago.
It's not Jesse Rogers, but okay.
The thing with the Cubs right now, and you look at the pitching that the prospects they have, they've held on to for a long time, but now's the time to extract the value out of them. I will say that some of the moves, stuff like Owen Casey, as well as like Kevin Alcantara, those are guys that could be replacements for Kyle Tucker in the if they can't sign him. So they probably want to hold those guys for now. But I mean, they've got a lot of prospects, and we just saw Oswaldo Peraza get traded from the Yankees to the well, actually, that is it Peraza or Cabrera?
It was Peraza.
Okay.
Cabrera. Wait, no. Sherman said it was Cabrera. Hold on.
No, then he changed it.
It's Peraza.
It is Peraza. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
That's another guy. That's a guy the Yankees wouldn't do.
Right. That's the guy. That's one of the guys they held him. They hit him and Volpe were the 2 shortstop prospects they held. And look, now they're probably getting no return for him. I mean, or very little return. So.
Yeah, and then as Rosenthal says right here, Rangers are still trying to acquire Phil Maton from the Cardinals, which we knew Maton would go at some point today. So
yeah, Maton makes a lot of sense. That's actually a really good. We were talking about the Rangers do need that extra bullpen guy.
Yeah. So we are 22 minutes away from the deadline at this point.
I'll say this about the Cubs. While we've kind of been on the topic here, the Cubs need to do something today.
Yeah, they do.
They really need to make a big move because I mean that this is a team that it feels like has been waiting to get to the position they're in for a while now, and I mean they seem to not really be able to get over the hump, and they've kind of done this last 2 or 3 years where they were kind of in it at the deadline, and then they just didn't do anything, or they did some small moves that didn't work and fell apart at the end. So, I mean, I definitely think they need to make some kind of move here. I mean, they've got such a good farm system. It's kind of like the Orioles situation from the last few years where it's like these guys aren't going to stay valued forever. Some of them will, but a lot of them won't. And in order to go win, you got to figure out which ones aren't going to be valuable in the future, trade them, and and keep the guys that are going to be valuable. So, I mean, it's kind of time to go in here if you're the Cubs, in my opinion. I mean,
that's what I'm saying.
It's
Yankees are getting Wilberson De Pena and international money for Peraza.
Interesting.
Small trade, but that's the classic case of what happens when you hold onto a prospect until his value is completely gone.
Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, I agree with what you said, Matt, that like now is the time that they need to do something. That the Cubs, they need to make a move to really show that they're competitive and that they want to. They have one of the best teams in baseball. They need to take advantage of that now. They have a good farm system. The Ricketts need to stop acting like they are owners, like start acting like you own the Chicago Cubs and not the Milwaukee Brewers at the end of the day. Like, now is the time.
Yep. One of the notes I saw was that the Brewers rather simply haven't tried to do very much today. They're just kind of standing pat, pretty happy with what they're doing. And I mean, that's exactly what you said, right? That's a small market team operating like a small market team, watching their team overperform with what's normally expected, but in such a way as for us that we knew it was coming. They've passed the Cubs. They are a game up on the Cubs, and we had described the Cubs as the kind of the division favorites all season long. Like, the Cubs have to be aggressive here. They're not even the best team in the division right now. And I think we all think, oh yeah, the Cubs are probably more talented on face value, but it's got to be, I mean, you got to make a move here for starting pitching. Mike Soroka just simply can't be it. And if Joe Ryan is remotely available, you got to have.
Yeah. Mike Soroka is probably good for a reliever addition. I think putting him in the bullpen, his stuff ticked up when he went to the bullpen last year. He's got good numbers there. I definitely think that that's something that could be useful, but you're right, as a starter. I mean, the Cubs need more starting pitching badly. So, obviously and I think they need somebody that's controllable, because you really don't have much future with their starting pitching rotation right now. You got a couple prospects, but it's like, how healthy are Imanaga and Steele going to come back?
Yeah.
I mean,
Imanaga was good his last time out. He pitched pretty good, but
yeah. And like you said, they need someone with control. Like, it would make sense to go get Gallen for now, but you still need one of those guys that has control, right?
And you need to pay Kyle Tucker. Like, that's my issue there. But
and if your reasoning is like, well, we don't want to trade Owen Casey or Kevin Alcantara because we don't know what's happening with Tucker, you're already going in with the losing mindset that Tucker won't be back, and that's the wrong way to go about it.
Maybe to a certain level, but you also have to have contingency, because I mean, there could be a team that just does something crazy for Tucker, like the Mets last year for Soto. Like, the Yankees were all in on Soto. The Yankees offered Soto the biggest contract in baseball history. Nobody can call the Yankees cheap for losing Juan Soto, but the Mets just went crazy.
No, but then you know what the Yankees did? They went out and got Cody Bellinger.
Right.
So it doesn't matter.
Max Fried.
Your contingencies don't have to be in the minor league system.
Right. Which
Kyle Schwarber will be a free agent.
I'm saying, like, if you're
that's my backup plan.
If you're at the deadline when you have one of the best teams in baseball, if you're saying, hey, I can't trade these two prospects because I might lose the superstar in the offseason, that's the bad way to.
You might be right, but the only way to get typically the best way to get an actual superstar if you lose one is through your farm system, because they don't hit the open market all that often. I mean, that's kind of my point, is like, there's a chance that Casey or Alcantara are the next Kyle Tucker, whereas if you don't get to sign Kyle Tucker, which I'm sure the Cubs are going to try to do, and they should, and they probably will sign Kyle Tucker, but if you aren't going to sign him, then taking your chance that Casey or Alcantara are that guy there's a much better chance of that happening than signing a good outfielder with a large chunk of money and having them turn into that. Because I mean, look at the Yankees.
Also, but you also have to think it's not just about you're looking at it from the 1-to-1 of like Owen Casey to Kyle Tucker. It's if you're trading Owen Casey, you're getting a controllable starting pitcher in a Mackenzie Gore or in a Joe Ryan or somebody like that makes Kyle Tucker more likely to stay. And it gives you a chance to win this year. If you don't get another starting pitcher right now, you're hurting your chances of trying to win this year based off of what might happen in the offseason.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, you can't look at it that way. That is a terrible way to look at it.
Yeah.
If you're running a team.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like I say, I don't know that necessarily you're. I don't think that I'm.
We got a couple moves, so we can
go for it.
The Kansas City Royals are acquiring Bailey Falter from the Pittsburgh Pirates.
Why?
And the Reds are acquiring Miguel Andujar from the Athletics. It looks like.
Okay.
So we got those two moves, and then Feinstein just said that Astros aren't done as they still hope to add a reliever, and Pete Fairbanks is among the relievers that they're looking at. They're turning over every stone at the moment. So,
James Triantos just got scratched
there you go.
from the Iowa game. That feels like a return for Willie Castro type.
Yeah. So let's go with Bailey Falter to the Royals. They get another kind of middle starting pitcher. I believe he's a free agent at the end of the year.
Maybe.
So I don't know why they would do that unless they're like, it's a little weird.
Man. But I'm confused as to why the Royals are buying. I know that's a soft buy, but I don't. I mean,
no, Bailey Falter's a free agent until 2029.
Oh, so he's got like
under 4 years of control. Yeah.
Oh wow, well, never mind. Yeah, for sure. Then
I thought he was a free agent at the end of the year.
Yeah, he's I think he signed some kind of extension. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
The contract is in arbitration. No, he's in arbitration
next year.
Yeah.
He's ARB eligible next year.
That's a wild one. Weird that it's the Royals though, right? Because I think Bailey Falter is one of those starters that at the very least you get, 5 innings, a 2 or 3 run ball. And that's fine. That's a valuable player. Very much an inning eater type.
Love that though.
Yeah, they do.
That's the Royals tide. I mean,
basically.
And honestly, I mean, Bailey Falter, he's got a pretty good ERA this season, but he has never been very good.
Permish, Marlins will not be trading Sandy Alcantara today.
Okay. Doesn't say anything about Edward Cabrera, but hey.
And the Pirates will not be trading Mitch Keller, which is what we kind of assumed coming into today. But
that news on Sandy is interesting, and my thought on the Marlins is, I mean, you might not be that far away from being competitive. I mean, like I get keeping Sandy. I mean, he's your star. He's been there for a long time. He's done a lot for you, and his value is probably at a little bit above it, maybe what it was at the beginning of this year, but it's still at a pretty low point because of just the struggles he had coming back from injury starting the season. But I mean, the Marlins are 3 games under 500. They're having a really good year. I mean, there's a world where he, is able to help them out in a more competitive team in the next couple of years. So I understand, and he's also cheap for a guy of his, of his caliber. I think he's owed what? He's got a 2027 club option. He's only owed like $10 million a year as a guy who at his peak is like a top starting pitcher. So, I mean, I'm not surprised that they held on to him.
David, you said Jesse isn't plugged in, but he says double-A pitchers Ryan Gallagher and Sam Armstrong. So if Triantos was scratched, it's not for Willie Castro.
That's a pretty, that's not bad at all. Ryan Gallagher's interesting, pop up double-A, late round pick last year starter, but we will take it. That's very unimpactful from the farm in terms of whether or not you want it, what you're wanting to trade for a rental. Like, that's perfect. I love it. Great trade. Definitely my favorite one of the 3 the Cubs have made so far. I like Willie Castro a lot. It's gonna be exciting. We'll see if he can't do something down the stretch here, but man, now I'm like, they got to go get they need at least one more starter.
They do. I mean, we said that earlier. We are just under 12 minutes until the deadline, which means we probably have like 30 to 45 minutes until every deal is officially across or announced or something.
Yeah,
but
so they have gotten a lot better about it, getting them announced like right at the deadline too.
Padres are acquiring Nestor Cortez from the Brewers, and John Heyman just said Red Sox are in talks for Dustin May. Oh, the passing acquiring Dustin May from the Dodgers.
Wow.
Boston is.
Whoa.
Walker Buehler, Dustin May rotation, baby.
Yeah, I don't know why this
2021 Dodgers, welcome back.
See if it's updating right here. So that'll be. It's probably just going to be there. There it is. Boston Red Sox acquiring Hunter Dustin May from that. Probably a low-level prospect for that. The Reds acquiring Miguel Andujar. We said that earlier. That, but yeah, from Ken. Padres acquiring Nestor Cortez from the Brewers. So there's your starter. That if they trade Cease away,
Man, to be honest,
Nestor Cortez pitching in playoff games at Dodger Stadium. Never seen that before.
Yeah, Nestor Cortez is I don't know that that's a Cease replacement.
Yeah, I know. That seems like a Kolek and who was the other guy that was starting?
They had the back of their rotation is terrible. Like,
okay, so everything's just happening right now because we got that. Then we got the return for Bailey Falter, and now Jack Curry says that the Yankees have acquired Jose Caballero from the Rays. From the Rays for Everson Pereira and a player to be named later.
I did mention Pereira earlier today as a guy that I thought was going to get traded. He needs a change of scenery. Rays might be the place to get it to.
Oh God!
And then Bailey Falter.
The Rays.
Bailey Falter to the Royals for left-handed pitcher Evan Sisk and first base Callan Moss.
Okay, that's not very much. Yeah, that's about
right. But Falter's not very good. I mean,
he's fine. I think there's still a little more in there, but yeah, that's not going to be a big one.
Starter. I mean,
yeah. That even for a team that's like selling, like you could theoretically build up Bailey Falter and trade him again for more than you traded for him. I think there's definite possibility there because the Royals have a really good pitching development group.
Yeah, they've done a solid job.
Alrighty then.
Interesting as we are now under 10 minutes until the deadline officially. All right, so we have the return for that.
How fast are they moving? I gotta Falter to the Pirates. So.
Brandon Lockridge goes from the Padres to the Brewers for Cortez, so he's kind of that utility outfielder. No, he's the outfielder. Sorry, there's so many of those dang guys.
Oh God, that's a Brewer. That's such a Brewers ad too.
Yeah.
Yeah, Caballero's gone.
Yep.
Tracks. Oh boy. Cubs fans, I'm with you.
Yeah.
We're thinking about it here. Dude, the fact that the report came out that the Twins are trying to move Joe Ryan. That's the one, man. Because like the Gore stuff is dropped.
It's all right here with
Planet
with May. He wasn't going to be re-signed at the end of the year. He was going to fit the bullpen. It doesn't make sense, especially now you got Brock Stewart. So it's a lot of wasted potential there for sure. There was once he thought he was going to be the ace, and he just dealt with injuries. But you know, it is there. So I wouldn't be. I mean. It sucks, but at the same time, it kind of is what it is. There's passing with Caballero for sure, which they're playing each other right now, so that's funny.
Yeah, they're in rain delay, I think.
Caballero got hugs.
Yeah.
Likelihood is that Zach Gallen is staying put per Gambadaro, who got Kelly to the Rangers.
The Caballero trade is kind of interesting. He's got 34 stolen bases, which leads the majors apparently.
Dude, Adam, I am right there with you, man, because I have the feeling that they're not going to do crap. Yeah. Just please, man.
Yeah, I'm still like I'm.
All right, there we go. Maton to the Rangers.
Maton to the Rangers.
Talked about that. Which we said they needed another reliever.
Yeah,
that's the one. Yeah,
there it is.
And that does fit the slot. Maton has been extremely good this year, and that he'll probably close games for the Rangers. Honestly,
might probably still have Garcia do it, probably, but he'll be in the back end. Cubs are acquiring Taylor Rogers from the Pirates.
That's not the move. That's not the one. We want better ones. Okay,
that's your. Remember you saying your Drew Pomeranz replacement?
Yeah, that's the Drew Pomeranz.
There's your Drew Pomeranz replacement.
And that's also the guy that got traded there yesterday.
Right, yeah. That's Taylor, not Tyler.
Yeah, Tyler got traded to the Mets.
So Bob just said that Arizona has little traction on Zach Gallen and now expect to keep him.
Yeah, that confirms what Gambadero said.
Yeah, and
Rays acquiring Adrian Hauser.
Huh.
Why?
Replace Littell.
Okay.
I mean,
I mean it. Robert said I mean it this time.
Yeah, because he messed up.
Yeah, he typed Hauser instead of Slater yesterday.
um,
All
Well,
right, I wanna look at fucking
he got wrong sourced
Rodgers.
info.
Right.
Hauser's been really good this
Yeah.
year.
This is like the witching hour in fantasy football.
He's a free
It's
agent.
Oh
It's
my
just
god.
all
It's
out right now.
Chaos.
I don't understand why the Rays are trading for rentals, but okay.
Right, that's a weird one. Unless they're flipping him immediately or something. I don't know.
I don't. At this point, probably not.
No.
Taylor Rogers' font page looks terrible, but he's a pretty reliable reliever. Always has a 2 some odd ERA, and that's a guy that's going to get ground balls. So
He'll be fine.
yeah, Maton definitely to the Rangers now per Passan.
Yeah.
And
They're all
Rogers won't cost anything. The Cubs now
No,
just need to get a
no,
starter.
They didn't give him anything. They didn't give up anything for him.
Still haven't got a starter.
Got to get a starter.
We'll see.
Maton's been really good this year, by the way.
That's what I said. Yeah, he's at ERAs in the ones. Like that's a guy I could very easily see taking over the close.
He's got a 2.35 ERA, but yeah, he's been awesome. And I'm pretty sure he throws like no fastballs too.
Yeah,
which is interesting.
So we're still waiting on Joe Ryan. Apparently, he's supposed to get traded for a couple. So
it feels like the Cubs, man.
So we'll see. I mean, or Red Sox. I mean, the Red Sox have been hard after Ryan.
They just got Dustin May, no?
Yeah, but
I don't think that's going to limit them from Ryan.
Yeah. May kind of just fills the back end of that rotation. They need like a game 2 to 3 playoff starter. So we are under
5 minutes.
Under 5 minutes, up about 4 minutes to the deadline.
Hauser to Rays might be the weirdest trade of the whole thing. And I thought the Falter to Royals trade was weird. But why? Okay.
I mean, how far aren't the Rays like under 500 again now?
Mm-hmm.
Like they're right at 500. I mean,
it's
54 and 55. I mean, they got 12% playoff odds.
I think it might just be more of a just get an arm in there to fill out the rest of the year, take some leverage off of. You don't have to pitch Baz all the time. Bradley's down trying to figure it out. You just implemented Boyle into the rotation,
Yeah, I mean, I get it, but it feels like Hauser's a little bit better piece than that. Like that would, to me, that would be like a throw in the towel, go get Eric Fetty and Carlos Carrasco type of move. I mean,
I don't know a team would ever do that.
Well, some teams do.
I mean, we'll see if we get, obviously the Joe Ryan thing would be a splash, but if we get that, but let's see if we get any big splash here at the end.
I mean,
White Sox will not be trading Luis Robert per Feinsand. That's what we talked about. Kwan looks like the same.
Yep.
Curtis Mead to the White Sox.
Whoa.
For Adrian Hauser.
What? I guess that's why you do it if you're the White Sox staying.
I mean, had kind of fallen out of
love
in
Tampa. But I mean, it's fine. That's a good move for the White Sox. Try to get some more hitters.
Yeah.
Mead's been pretty terrible in the big leagues in his 3 years.
Listen, we always say you don't make a trade with the Rays that you expect to win.
Yeah.
But we'll see. Obviously, Robert's not getting traded. Alcantara not getting traded. It doesn't look like.
What about all that Dylan? What about all that Dylan Cease talk that was happening earlier?
Yeah.
Is that getting through?
I mean, we'll see. I mean, we don't expect Quan. Looks like
no Edward Cabrera per Alden Gonzalez.
Okay. Marlins are so weird, man.
Yeah, they shouldn't trade Edward. I think Sandy was maybe a little more interesting, but even still, he has not performed well. And there's a couple years left. I think you can still get more from Sandy, especially if you believe internally that he's going to get better, which the Marlins have to. Cabrera probably shouldn't get traded. He's got 3 more years of control. Those rumors should never have even been mentioned. I don't think so.
So Pirates will not be trading either Andrew Heaney or Dennis Santana.
That feels like a mistake. especially for Santana. He's a free agent after this year. Pretty sure.
I don't know if Santana is. I think Heaney
Maybe
is.
not. Yeah, Heaney definitely is.
So the Pirates only traded Brian Hayes and Bailey Falter and
Yeah.
Bednar.
And Bednar.
But they didn't trade Keller or Santana or Heaney.
Well, I guess that doesn't mention Keller. Maybe Keller's one of those late ones that goes. Maybe he's here it comes. That's the guy the Cubs go get is freaking Mitch Keller, and it was in the Taylor Rogers trade or something like that.
Yankees have acquired Camilo Doval.
Yeah, I was literally about to say we didn't ever hear whether or not anyone was going to grab any more of those Giants relievers.
That's per Jack Curry.
More Yankees paying for relievers after they paid for a bunch of relievers, man. That is tough, man. You can't keep doing that.
So now that Yankees pin, they got Jake Bird, David Bednar, and Camilo Doval in it with Luke Weaver and
Devin Williams.
It's a really good bullpen right there.
Charlie Morton got moved.
The deadline has hit. We still get stuff. John Heyman, Tigers are working hard for a starting pitcher, so we'll see that.
That feels like it could have been Andrew Heaney. I don't know why.
We'll see.
I don't know why that one.
But I mean, like I said, deals will continue to roll in. There's passing with Duvall to the Giants, or to the Yankees from the Giants.
Maybe the Tigers stepped in and tried to get Gallen at the last minute.
Maybe. What if they went in for Cease? That'd be funny.
Ivan Breathauer to the Pirates for Taylor Rogers.
Okay.
It's a 6'7" outfielder. My light Aaron Judge, but he was striking out like 30% of the time, and he actually wasn't getting to any of the power, so that's fine.
The Yankees fans are going to absolutely love Camilo Doval and his 5/9 walk rate.
You know, the Yankees.
Those fans are going to be. I mean, I'm saying he's a good pitcher. Like, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
Fans are going to go crazy every time he walks somebody.
I say the Yankees doing Russian roulette with whoever's going to be the closer that day is going to be hilarious. With Doval, Bednar, Weaver, Williams.
All right.
So we'll see if we get a Dylan Cease trade. We'll see if we get a Joe Ryan trade. We'll see. I mean, there's plenty of other ones. You know,
Nats did not trade Mackenzie Gore.
Yeah.
Again, that they probably shouldn't have.
Yeah.
That's the Nats thing. That feels like an off-season thing for him because he's so good, and he's got control left. You want to see where the new front office is going to want to pivot to for next year in the future. Like, are they going to want to try to compete, or is this rebuild going to continue?
So the Quan did not get traded, and Chris Cotillo said that the Red Sox made Matz in May, and that's all.
The Rays got Jax?
Rays got Griffin Jax, and the Tigers got Charlie Morton.
Dude,
Griffin Jax has 2.5 years of control.
Yeah, that's oh boy. Here we go. Griffin Jax about to be Mariano Rivera.
So I wonder, did they trade Fairbanks? Yeah, okay. This is all popping off. Charlie Morton to the Tigers. There's your starter. Makes sense.
Why did the Rays buy? Didn't they sell already?
Oh, Louis Varland from the Blue Jays to the Blue Jays from the Twins.
Man.
David's going through it right now.
Taylor Rogers, man. I said Louis Varland or Griffin Jax.
What I will say, David, is that Chris Cotillo said the Red Sox made 2 deals, Matz in May, and that's all. So they were hard after Joe Ryan. If they do, there's a potential that it could be Joe Ryan.
That needs to be it, man.
The Tigers getting Morton, is that their only big acquisition at this deadline?
And like a bunch of middle relievers.
I mean, that feels like a terrible
They got Seawald, Finnegan, Montero, and that.
I don't know how much better. I know you said something the other day about Charlie Morton had been a little bit better lately, but yeah, his numbers on the season are to the point to where his peripherals aren't that bad, but still, that's underwhelming. I mean, It's underwhelming if you're the Tigers, a team that feels like they are in a real contention window this year, and they are, but they've been struggling lately, and I don't know.
Wait, is Ty France going to Toronto too? I don't know why they would do that, but trying to figure this out.
Yeah, I'm confused as to what the Rockies are doing. They haven't traded anybody but Jake Bird, right?
And McMahon, but that's about
And
it.
McMahon. I have no idea what the Braves are doing, unless they put something in right at the deadline that hadn't gone through yet.
Yeah.
Um,
Adam is how David's feeling as well right here.
Yeah.
Let's take a bath with this toaster.
So I don't have to do that for my meltdown. I can just walk outside. It's lightning right now.
Yeah,
don't know why
Blue Jays acquired Louis Varland and Ty France for Kendrys Rojas and Alan Roden.
Dude, that's
Roden's a
Bowden-
solid piece.
Yeah, Jim Bowden says Joe Ryan is not traded. So
Yeah.
I don't know how much we trust Jim Bowden, but
no. Greg said that
Greg-
that's it. That's really terrible.
Yeah.
It's
Well,
really terrible.
yeah. Well, from my standpoint for the Braves, it's like there's literally no downside to just trading Rizal Iglesias.
What?
Uh-oh.
The Dodgers got James Tibbs.
Tibbs, I think it's for May.
I know, but I'm just saying, like,
Wow.
Tibbs for May?
Dude, Tibbs has been bouncing.
That's crazy.
Yeah. I know he struggled ever since going over there, right?
Yeah, the Mets did not get a starter.
Two really good relievers, but
They did. They got two really good relievers, but I mean, not getting a starter is definitely interesting.
And it's not like starters didn't move, man.
Who's going to be in that Twins bullpen? They sold everyone.
Well, and the real question, why'd they hold on to Joe Ryan if they were?
Yeah, dude, that bullpen. Like they sold Duran, Stewart, Colomb, Varland, and Jax. They sold all of them.
Yeah, their bullpen is now Cole Sands as their closer.
Jeez.
Justin Topa.
Yeah.
Cody Funderburk, Michael Tonkin, Braves legend, and Noah Davis. Then in the minors they had let's see. In AAA they had Jose Urena, Connor Gillespie.
So did Cease get traded or not?
I don't think so. Not unless it comes across late. Twins are getting Taj Bradley for the Griffin Jacks.
Oh, wow.
That makes a little sense.
Yeah, that makes sense.
He just threw like 7 no-hit innings in AAA.
Yeah, that's a change of scenery guy. He was a top prospect. He's had some success in the big leagues.
That makes a little sense on why they got Hauser, too.
Yep. Hey, I'll say this. The one team that has absolutely fleeced the Rays on a trade before was the Twins when they got Joe Ryan.
For Joe Ryan, yeah.
Yep.
I'll say they have a lot of starters, though. Joe Ryan, they have now Bradley. They have Zebby Matthews. They have Simeon Woods-Richardson, Pablo Lopez still.
Yeah. A couple of those guys could probably be moved into the bullpen, too. So.
Mason Molina, Skylar Hayes, and international money for Phil Maton. Let's there's still expect stuff to come out.
Yeah. There's
At least
definitely
for a little bit more.
a few more moves, probably 15 more minutes.
Yeah.
Returning Taylor Rogers is Ivan Brethrow.
Yeah, we
Brethrower.
Brethauer.
Okay,
Yep.
got it.
Yeah. I mean, still Bradley for Jax. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, not getting a starter is interesting, Matt. From Adam.
Yeah. Sorry, Adam. Hey, it could be worse. Your team could have had like several expiring contracts and 17 games under 500 and not traded any of them for literally no reason.
That's really weird. I don't know why Raisel Iglesias isn't on a different team right now, but
yeah, I mean, unless it just hasn't become through yet because for whatever reason. I know Alex Anthopoulos has waited until the absolute last second several times, and in fact, I believe Raisel Iglesias was an example of a guy that he traded for like 30 minutes after the deadline.
Yeah.
So,
no, Dave O'Brien just said Braves are done for the deadline.
That's
way.
crazy, man.
Yep.
That is just crazy.
Iglesias is just he's got enough value that, I mean, you could have gotten your 25th ranked prospect in someone else's organization somewhere.
Interesting. Like I don't get it.
Cedric Mullins was the Mets move, so no other moves.
Yeah, I was just saying it's not like you're getting back. You're getting anything back for him or potentially getting him back next year or something. I mean, it's like that's what's so boggling to my mind. I mean, maybe they try to re-sign Iglesias and if he has a good second half or something, but like I just maybe they value his leadership on the team more than than the 25th best prospect. I don't get it. Like I really don't get it.
At this point, what leadership though? Like you guys are already a failing season. Like just
yeah. Yeah,
Pirates did not trade Tommy Pham, Isaiah Kiner-Falefa, or Andrew Heaney, who are all expiring contracts.
What are we doing here? I mean, maybe there weren't any fits. Like a couple of those guys, like Tommy Pham, people may not want anymore. But
yeah, I mean, and that's one thing to be said too. It's like these bad teams this year, somebody's going to have to play for them. And they were going to make moves for big leaguers to replace these guys if they don't have anybody they're ready to put in the big leagues prospect-wise. So, I mean, if you're the Pirates, you might as well keep IKF, who has a 77 WRC plus, because, I mean, somebody's going to have to play on the infield for them, like a shortstop. I mean, you might not be ready to call up a prospect, and that's about the value you get out of him the rest of the year, just eating up games played, taking at bats is probably more than you probably get back for him. So
probably got about 10 to 15 more minutes of deals potentially coming through. It seems like we got a flurry right there after the deadline, but some still sneak through at the end. So we'll see.
Nightingale says Dylan Cease staying officially. Yep. Like
interesting.
That was always
weird.
I don't know why. Yeah.
Cubs do not have any more moves. Braves hold on to Fairbanks, Lowe, and Diaz, obviously, while adding those people. Yeah. And Padres had a really interesting deadline.
Yeah, they had a wild one.
Yeah. Because they kept Suarez too, so they kept everyone there, and Sheets. So there's a bunch of depth guys for sure, while adding some high level talent.
I mean all I'll say about the Padres is they better do it this year. I mean, so.
I mean, they have everything. If they get King back healthy, you still have Darvish, King, Cease, plus as their starters, and then you have a very, very good bullpen, which was the bullpen ended up being the Achilles heel last year against the Dodgers, and they basically went and rectified that every way of that. So Willie Nightingale said the Twins have traded 10 players off the 26-man roster in less than 24 hours.
Wow.
That's how you execute a sale. I mean,
Yeah. I mean,
that's good work.
and they got more
And not
pieces
Joe
to
Ryan.
sell because
Yeah.
I mean, Joe Ryan's under control long enough to where the offseason is an option for him, I believe. And then
Right.
you've also got Byron Buxton, who's injured, and he's an option in the offseason. Like they could keep going.
Buxton basically made it sound like he wasn't going to go anywhere.
Yeah, Buxton's never leaving. Yeah.
He might not.
He's got a no trade. And
He does have 10-5.
No, he's got
No,
full
no,
no
he's
trade
got
in his contract.
he's got a no trade clause. Yeah.
Gotcha. Well, never mind then.
Yeah, and he basically said, like, I know I'm happy that Minnesota is going to be where I finish my career.
Gotcha.
So
He could change his mind.
maybe, yeah. I mean, if they say, "Hey, look
I
at
was gonna
this,"
say when he sees a fire sale, he might change his mind. But
Royals have acquired Mike Yastrzemski from the Giants.
oh,
That's a late one.
Yeah.
Wait, why?
I like how David was like,
I will say
that's
this.
a late one. Wait,
if
what?
if the Royals are
It's been
going
a
to
long 4
acquire,
hours.
if the Royals are going to acquire somebody, which is dumb to start with, getting a corner outfielder who is not a horrible hitter, who is, I mean, but you're not going to have to break the bank for, is probably the guy I would have gone and gotten. I mean,
Yeah.
like,
I think the Royals have had a really solid deadline.
yeah, they've had a really good week on the field. I wonder if that influenced them maybe buying a little bit here.
Well, even like trading Freddie Fermin for Ryan Bergert and Stephen Kolek, like that's still two good things. Bergert can be a good starter. Kolek could be a starter or go into your bullpen as well. Like, I don't mind that at all.
Yep.
They've had a really good one. 15 minutes after the deadline here, probably about another 10 or 15 until after.
Hey, David, I got a question for you.
What we got?
Did Jed Hoyer sign his extension yet?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The reason I ask is
I loved it. I love the extension.
Oh yeah.
But that was when we thought,
You'll love it.
He would. This is a complete failure of a deadline. Like purely a pure failure of a deadline for Jed Hoyer.
Twins are paying $33 million of Carlos Correa's $103 million.
So they went
I like how Bob put a whopping.
Yeah.
It's
still a good amount.
That's a chunk. That's not a whopping. A whopping
team
would
a
have
third of it. It's about a third of it.
for a team that's got it's like $400 million in debt right now. That's a pretty good bit of money.
Oh, I guess Iglesias at 10-5 rights too.
I don't think he did. I think that the way that was worded, he said he hadn't been on the Braves for 5 years. He went on the Braves in 2021.
But he had been on the the Reds for.
Doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. It's the current team you're on.
It's the current team for 5 years.
Right.
I didn't really. So basically, Tibbs was one of the big things in the Devers deal. So basically, Dustin May was part of the return for Devers.
It's interesting.
It's basically Kyle Harrison, Dustin May, and then whatever the other ones were.
Grant McCauley says we'll hear from Alex Anthopoulos shortly. That's going to be interesting.
Well, we didn't hear from him all day, so
No, I'm just glad he's not dead. Worried about him, man. He might be fired here soon if he's not careful.
I don't know about that.
Trying to see if there's any other names that we expected to get dealt that didn't.
I'll say this with Anthopoulos, he's got a long leash at this point because of they won a World Series. They built into one of the best franchises in baseball, and for an extended period there. But a lot of that building was done by the previous front office before him. A lot of the guys that ended up coming up. I mean, Anthopoulos did not draft Austin Riley. He did not sign Acuna and Albies and beforehand. Bax Fried, who was a big part of the Braves, was not signed by Alex or not drafted by or traded for by Alex Anthopoulos. A lot of the big time pieces the Braves have had in there. Now Michael Harris was drafted, and he's had a couple. He's been a big part. Matt Olson was traded for, but you had Freddie Freeman when you got there. Like, there's been a lot of Dansby Swanson, who was a big part of the World Series team, was not drafted by Anthopoulos. So a lot of that building was not done by him. And we're kind of getting to a point where some of that grace period wears off, and the farm system's not good. The major league team has got a lot of turmoil right now around it, and you're also just seem to be asleep in the offseason at the trade deadline. So for no reason. I mean, so I think I definitely am. There's a lot of concern right now from Braves fans about the future there with Anthopoulos.
Yeah,
and it's founded too.
Oh, let's see.
Closing it down here. I don't know how much more we're gonna have.
Yeah, I was gonna say I was probably give it about 10 more minutes and see if we get anything. That'll give us till half hour after. I feel like that's a good point. We've already been on for over 4 hours here, so
well, not all of us have, but
it's been a long day.
Some of us had to work.
Passenger said that was fun.
So yeah,
okay, that probably means that's it.
So that makes me think that that's it.
Yeah.
But
not for the Twins fans. Was the first reply.
Looks like the one prospect we finally got the prospect for the Correa return. It's left-hander, high A left-hander Matt Mikulski.
Matt McCusker.
Yep.
Jeez.
Yankees DFA Brian De La Cruz.
He's bounced around today.
No more trades for the Mariners, so only Eugenio Suarez, Josh Naylor, and Caleb Ferguson there. Assuming that's it.
Yep.
Wow.
We're done, Ski.
So I guess we could kind of summarize. A lot happened today.
Oh. Well, maybe we might have one.
Oh, we got one more.
Gambo just said Diamondbacks not done could be a last-minute deal involving an injured player. So I'm assuming that's Shelby Miller.
Yeah.
Oh, yep.
But go ahead. We could summarize until that comes through. So you want to go ahead, Matt?
No, I was just gonna say that this, just kind of summarizing the whole deadline here. We've had, I think the reliever market was crazy. The prices paid for relievers. I think the starter market was crazy too, and that's why they didn't get moved. I think that just teams were asking so much for starters, and they just didn't move them. And so that was interesting. I think you look at some big winners. I think the A's are like a huge winner here. Like, yeah. I mean, you just got an absolute farm system changing haul for a relief pitcher.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, do y'all think the A's might be the biggest winner here? I mean,
I love the Pirates. I love the Pirates deadline here. They got a lot of real interesting pieces and ended up not really, I don't think, making the future any worse.
Yeah, but I'll say the Pirates and the Pirates are weird because they should have probably sold a couple more guys. They didn't take full advantage. I mean, Andrew Heaney, why is he still there?
I will say,
possible nobody wants IKF or FAM, but yeah,
but Andrew Heaney, why is he there? You should have traded him. Just get something for him.
Right. Yeah. I will say, I'd have to go back and make sure I look through everything again, just because it's been a whirlwind of a day on here with David and I trying to do this while things are breaking. It's really hard to keep track of everything at the same time. But I would say I liked what the Mets did. Getting Helsley, getting Cedric Mullins, I liked that. Of course the A's, I think they did a great job too. And I mean, if you're going to do a sell-off, you got to give the Twins some credit. They did one hell of a sell-off there. I might not have loved the exact return for Duran with Tait and Abel, but I mean, you're looking at Abel, you're looking at Taj Bradley going in there. You got off the Correa contract. You got a couple other solid things. You maybe got your catcher of the future. Fine, thanks. We already got that, buddy. He's just now saying the Twins will receive Taj Bradley, and I'm like, wait, what? I think the Twins, if you're going to do a sell-off, I think they did it basically as good as you can do it without potentially doing the Joe Ryan deal. And I would have loved maybe a little more in the Duran specifically, but I don't think you can, at the end of the day, looking at it all, I don't think you can complain too much about it.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like if you're the Twins, I would have preferred them get more back or different type of return back. Because to me,
For Durant, sure.
well, and just in general, to me, the Twins look like a team that's going to go into a full rebuild mode. I mean, when you start trading off 2-3 year controllable guys, you're not trying to compete next year. And if you're doing that, I think that the best thing to do is to go get these low minors guys who have super high upside, as opposed to like major league ready guys. Like, I mean, I would have moved. Mick Abel is considered like a major league ready type. You look at Taj Bradley is a major leaguer.
Mhm.
Like, you probably could have gone out and gotten like some super high upside, high A shortstop pieces that are 19 years old, and then a couple of them hit. In the same way that, like, when the Cubs rebuilt, they traded all the Cubs fans melted down over the returns they got, and because it was all guys who were not like top 100 prospects, and they just got a ton of them. But guess what?
Yeah.
Those guys have high upside, and some of them become like top 10 prospects in baseball. That's where you get like Pete Crow Armstrongs and Kevin Alcantara's and all these guys out. And I think the Twins are rebuilding in a way that's just not like,
Well, real quick, the Brewers acquired Shelby Miller.
Mhm.
We talked about that as the injured trade there. I don't know. I disagree with what your statement is on. Sure, the Twins are going to a little bit more of a rebuild-ish area, right? Like, it looks like that for sure. But the fact that you're saying get some young guys that maybe they hit, where if you're talking about you get Bradley, you're getting guys who are able to be on the major league team right now. Like, if you have young, controllable pitching, you're able to spend some money on the offensive side of the ball, right? On that. So I think for sure, like, I don't know if I don't completely love when teams go, hey, I'm going the full like 19-year-old high A route, hope they're good, boom or bust, because that's how you really do set yourself back 20 years if enough of those guys don't break out. Where if you get good, solid pitching, it's not hard to make yourself a competitive team with good young pitching around you.
Yeah.
So, and they have a decent, like, you have Brooks Lee, you have Edward Julian, you have Royce Lewis still. It's not like they have 30-year-old guys like that. Like, they still have a solid core of hitters that are still young and growing, that if you add in a good pitching staff to them, you're all growing at the same point. They're all like major league ready to a couple years of service time, which is about the pitchers they acquired. I just don't feel like going for the 19-year-olds would really do the Twins any good service. That's why I said I like the way that they're doing a sell-off. They did it to the point of where they acquired pieces that kind of match all in the same timeline now. So it looked like Shelby Miller was probably the last move. It is funny the Twins did all that and they didn't trade Christian Vasquez. Like,
well, hard to trade someone no one wants.
Well, I'll say this too with catchers. Like, sometimes they don't get traded, especially when you start bringing in all these young pitchers.
Yeah.
Because that is valuable to have a veteran catcher there if you're going to have guys like Mick Abel and Taj Bradley in your rotation the rest of the year.
Yeah, you get it. So I think that's going to wrap it up for us. We've been on for, well, at least David and I have been on for 4.5 hours doing this deadline day. So I know, Matt, you got in a little bit later, but real quick thoughts. Like, I know we did like let's summarize it, but just we'll talk more in depth next week. But David, just real quick thought on the deadline. Thumbs down. There you go.
I mean, from a baseball fan perspective, it was fantastic. From a Cubs fan perspective, fuck that shit.
Yeah, I get it. Matt?
I think it's kind of what you would expect. There was a lot of huge stuff rumored. Most of it didn't come to fruition. Some of it did. Yeah. So I think that it's just kind of what you would expect at the trade deadline. And I think it'll be interesting to see where everything goes from here. We got about 2 months until the playoffs start. A lot of close division races, close wild card races. It's going to be very interesting to see how the rest of the season plays out.
So real quick, let's look back at our trade deadline draft.
Oh boy, here we go.
Real quick, just to see. So you picked Eugenio Suarez to get traded to the Tigers. He got traded, not to the Tigers. So that's 1 point for you. Lugo Ozuna didn't. Bednar got traded, not to the Tigers. So that's 2. And then you have McMahon to the Yankees. So that's right. So you got 4. Luis Severino didn't get traded. So you were at 4. David had Mason Miller to the Dodgers. That's one.
I'm so
point.
mad. Could have
Yes.
been 2.
You had Cedric Mullins to the Padres, so that's 2. You had
I had
Bubic
Soroka.
and Arenado. Those didn't happen, but you had Kelly and Soroka, so that's 4 as well. I had O'Hearn getting traded to the Red Sox. That didn't happen. I had Luis Robert getting traded. He didn't get traded at all. Ryan Helsley got traded. I had him to the Dodgers. And then Mitch Keller, Sandy didn't get traded. Naylor did. So I ended up 3. So 4, 4, and 3. So you guys.
Loser.
So paper
Damian-
rock, scissors for
What's
win.
important is that Damian lost. I don't. We can
right.
share the win as long
Absolutely.
as Damian lost.
Yeah. Well,
Absolutely.
I think I can win the tiebreaker because I got a trade actually right.
Ooh. But is it more impressive that you got
That's
a
fine. You
trade
can have
right,
it.
or that David with no trades right got
Took all the
David
and
picked
got all
more
of it.
obvious trade guys, so
I picked Mason Miller.
Miller?
First pick Mason Miller. Thank you.
He also picked Chris Bubic and Nolan Arenado, who we knew had no chance of getting traded.
Bubic was at that point not yet dead.
Yeah, but he wasn't going to
and
get
out
traded.
for the season.
yeah,
Yeah,
he was not getting traded.
He wasn't getting traded. Anyways,
There's never a chance.
yeah. Anyways, this will wrap up the trade deadline live. We hope you guys all enjoyed it. This is one of our funnest things to do. So if you guys did enjoy it, make sure to like, comment, subscribe. Help us on the road to 500 subscribers. We're trying to get there. We're very far away. So make sure you subscribe here. And we will catch you guys back on Monday for our live episode of the podcast, breaking down and reacting to the deadline in a whole once we have a little bit more time to think about it. But thanks everyone for tuning in, and we'll catch you guys back here on Monday.